and your children are turned into mindless vassals who now they look up to some twit instead of looking up to Thomas Jefferson or looking up to Nikola Tesla or looking up to Magellan. I mean, kids, Magellan's a lot cooler than Justin Bieber. He circumnavigated with one ship the entire planet. He was killed by wild natives before they got back to Portugal. And when they got back, there was only...
But why? $22 million in 3 fucking hours!
There is no nobility in poverty. I have been a rich man and I have been a poor man, and I choose rich every fucking time. The real question is this: was all this legal? Absolutely fucking not.
Neither go towards the feeding grounds at the edge of the ice, nor return to the colony. Shortly afterwards, we saw him heading straight towards the mountains, some 70 kilometers away. Dr. Ainley explained that even if he caught him and brought him back to the colony, he would immediately head right back for the mountains. But why?
What's your dream? To go away.
To go away. That's right.
Do you guys want to drink? I don't understand why everybody has to be so judgmental. I understand why mom's judgmental. I think it's because she cares partially. I think it's also partially because everyone else is looking at her like, hey, Cody's just a bum. Cody's this, Cody's that, Cody's this. Cody's me, bro. Let me be me.
All right, GM, welcome to MCG GM. All right, 12:14. We have a special show today. 2 great guests, Nook Plot on, and let's check the schedule. We have QST for quantum security and Nook at 1:15, QST at 12:30. And what a wild time to be alive. Honestly, just been watching the SpaceX IPO, the SpaceX trading. I cannot believe that this thing is at 220. And with that, guys, I have my special Starship shirt on. I know, people kind of think a little nerdy on the Starship, but for keeping the markets in check, we got the launch vehicle on the back there. So little nerdy, but I don't care. Yeah, the wild hair. The hair is WLD, which wild WorldCoin is one of the best performers actually today. It is up there right with Hyperliquid, as well as Jito. Seeing Jito go, it's been pretty crazy. So yeah, guys, seen some alts run, which is kind of nice. And yeah, chill show. Listened to chill show yesterday too. Definitely some good takeaways from that episode. Go back and listen. Chill will be on Wednesday and Friday. But I think he had some really good market positioning and insights into different projects that we follow. Likewise, also, if you guys want to hear an update from Squire, we have Chris has asked should Squire come back on the show? I think this is a really exciting project again that we are still seeing, you know, how this unfolds into a potential large business in a very hot sector. So just go drop in here a little reply, say, hey, would love to hop back on MCG. Let Chris know that he's welcome to come back on the show. Likewise, if you haven't already, make sure you're following the channel, our guests, our hosts, as well as go to youtube.com/@MCG Live. You will get all our recordings there. Please go subscribe, like those videos of the favorite streams that you're on. They definitely help us in the algorithm, and that's where you'll find all our recordings. We're just actually uploading a bunch of recordings, some from last week, some will be from this week as well. And then, of course, follow MCG Alpha. Now, we do have a new product that we are working on. We are trying to get a website live, and one of the key parts of it will be tracking all the qualitative data that you don't see in on-chain charts and on-chain analytics, some of the stuff that people talk about on stream that help us give a little more data points that we can't find anywhere else, that you can only find on MCG because it's on stream. And that website will surface those insights, and then you can go and follow those projects on the website and to keep track of them. So we're going to be working through what that end state will be, but hoping to get that live this week. So keep an eye out for that. And the MCG Alpha channel will likely feed into that, and it might post updates from that website that are tracking those projects. So we'll see. Think of it, you can kind of think of it as an evolution of maybe the stream notes a little bit, and just trying to do a little bit more with those stream notes. Make sure that you're getting kind of that key information. Squire's ripping. Yes, let's definitely check in on that. So we will get that update, but I'm going to actually start not on Squire. I'm going to start on WorldCoin. So this was one that I had called in the Discord at sub 50 cents. I started buying it back on the, let's see, I was caught up in the Arthur Hayes. I'm not going to lie. I was caught up in the Arthur Hayes, but I actually think Arthur Hayes just kind of maybe sold a little too early, in my opinion. But got the call wrong from Arthur Hayes. So anyways, I started buying at 50 cents. It dipped. I started adding in the 40s and then adding on these dips. Now in some good profit here. Hit 67 this morning. So really excited about this trade. I think, you know, there's a lot of FUD around this, and rightfully so. I mean, huge FDV. This is kind of one of those OG ICO type tokens, big VC overhangs. I mean, you got A16Z in here, Bain Capital, and a number of other tier one VCs, Pantera, etc. And actually, Pantera just did a piece a few months ago, around April, I believe, March, where Pantera interviewed Sam Altman and the founders of WorldCoin, talking about the project. And now there's a couple of key themes that I really kind of double tap on this. One is just this push around digital identity. And whether we like it or not, governments around the world are saying that digital identity is going to be a key part of the internet, whether it be for verifying social medias. For instance, there's legislation tabled both in the UK and Canada for having the minimum age being 16 years of age to have social media. And actually, as someone who's a father and has kids, I don't hate the idea of having a minimum age threshold. I think social media, you know, if we were to go back and look when social media was created in 2007, when I first got on Facebook, to what it is today, 20 years later, it is damaged a lot of people. I would assume that's safe to say. So long story short, I think the digital ID and this kind of verifying biometrics isn't going away. This is going to be a core part of the internet's infrastructure. And Sam Altman himself talks about this at great length as of this year as well. Now, WorldCoin did publish this article here called The Simple Plan, and it broke it down into I think 5 phases here. building private proof of human, launch and bootstrap the network through token ownership. Again, I see a lot of FUD around world is like, oh, will, Sam incorporate this into blah, blah, will it be incorporated into ChatGPT? Right there, token ownership. And I think they probably have a lot more cover today than they did 2 years ago when they dropped this, or when they created this network around having a token. But they talk about the WorldCoin token here in pretty clear terms. So building utility for real human network, building ID for enterprises. Again, a great example is Zoom. And you can see the integration right here. If you closely look, you'll see this little, sorry guys, it doesn't zoom in really well, but you'll see right here, there's this little blue logo. And this is exactly what this proof of humanity verification badge is. And so the user flow here is these apps like Tinder, like Zoom, are pushing their users to verify their identity, their biometrics on the WorldCoin application, and then it ties it back to different products. And so I like this funnel. You have these really massive consumer products, including potentially ChatGPT itself or whatever OpenAI is building, that are funneling into World, the app, and then the coin. If you download the WorldCoin app, it is everywhere in the app. World WLD, the WorldCoin, stable coins, swapping here and there, use different DeFi products. WorldCoin is a really key part of the app. It is not buried at all. It's front and center. There you have an Ethereum address because it's a EVM layer 2 that they have basically forked and have built off of. So long story short, I really like this play. I think, if you ask the timeline and go search WLD, there's visceral debate whether this is, a legit project. A lot of there's an emissions reduction by half happening on July 24th, I believe. And then the WLD is emitted to two parties. So one is investors and insiders. And then another key party is for grants for people to actually adopt the WorldCoin network. And if you ask yourself, okay, what is a verified digital ID worth on the internet? Well, if you ask someone like Facebook or Meta, they might say, our average user is worth $40, $50 because we can serve them advertising. Now with WorldCoin, it's really crux is actually around financial utility. So how do we sell financial services? How do we get people to use stable coins? All this kind of stuff. So I really think it's, again, they're talking about protocol fees and protocol revenue. This is very much crypto coded and it's not buried, hidden whatsoever. Now, if the upside here is if Sam Altman comes out and says, yeah, you know what, we're using the world network or world ID in ChatGPT here. And I think this really, really starts to reprice. So Squire ripped yesterday. I did see that. What's your target for Exxon World? Man, this is a tough one. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know, but I'm eyeing. I think it could go into the twos. I think it could be a dollar level would be interesting to me. So if I were to come back to my chart, I like the $1.30 area. I have that level marked out because if you pull it back, it was the bottom over here in August 2024. So this isn't super, groundbreaking technical analysis, but if it breaks this level, comes up into the 150 area and then comes back to use this as support, it could go, but we'll see. We'll see if it reclaims these levels. De Niro, Dom, how you doing?
What's up, boys? Happy Tuesday. Josh, how was your weekend?
Man, my weekend was really good. Really good.
Nice.
Yeah. I can't believe SpaceX is at 220.
I know, dude. And it's the conversation. Elon Musk, the crypto bros are happy, right? And this is what it's an echo chamber. Everyone's saying the same thing, but the crypto bros are happy because Elon Musk has done the classic low float, high FDV. What they got
the bundle.
The bundle. He's got 50% himself. And he's just sending this thing, forcing everybody to buy, forcing the indexes, the NASDAQ to buy it. Hey.
Dom, you were in the bundle though, no?
I was in the bundle, yeah. I'm up good on this. I guess it's at 2 something trillion now. So I'm up a good 2-3x at this point. But
how do you think about Yeah, how do you think about it? I was going to ask.
I've since exited just because I want to take those opportunities elsewhere. But I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of feeling pilled from CT. Ironically, I'm not even feeling pilled from the mainstream. I'm feeling pilled from Elon Musk, number one, just being a KOL and pumping his own bags, and CT is kind of like pilling me on this being a low float, high FTV coin where Elon Musk holds 50% of the supply, and you know, everyone in the United States is kind of forced to buy it because of the Nasdaq and the rules surrounding this, and you know what's kind of changed. That SpaceX has changed. So I don't know, kind of bullish. I don't think it lasts all that long. I think we kind of see a similar situation to Circle. Circle launched, went up for a couple of days, did really, really well. Headlines, and then kind of dumped. I mean, I think it's unsustainable for too long. But look, I think at some point it probably takes a nice dip. Elon Musk stays confident that it's going to catch up to its price to earnings ratio. You got to remember, this is trading 100 plus X price to earnings, right? And so the idea here as a growth trader is that they can catch up to this price to earnings ratio in terms of the revenue, and keep this thing growing. Could it happen? Yes. I know, Josh, you're like a proponent for some of the stuff they're doing in space. And yeah, I mean, Elon Musk makes money. He finds a way to do it. He's a visionary. So I don't doubt that can happen. The question is how long and how much of a dip do we get before that happens, I think is how I'm kind of looking at this. But yeah, I'm fully exited at this point. But
Yeah.
I do see I see the side of the bulls and I see the side of the bears. Obviously on the bull side, it's like there's not much supply to absorb. And the general public, for one of the most hyped stocks in the world, largest IPO in the world, can easily absorb the floating supply, on one hand. So it makes sense. On the other hand, at some point, some more supply is coming into the market. And, you know, at some point when people dip, just like we know what happens, they get emotional and we see a little cascade, which probably cascades into an opportunity. That's how I would look at this. But
Yeah,
yeah,
I
that's my high
mean,
level take.
and RJ, this is a great question. Actually, unlocks start in August. I wanted to pull up, but the overarching theme, if you didn't go and watch the pre-show during the IPO day, I shared kind of, it was Elon's vision for SpaceX, and he released it like 2 days before the IPO. But key thing, mass to orbit already achieved. Build out a 1 terawatt space-based data center. Now, 1 terawatt is twice the entire energy consumption of the United States today. So this is a massive data center, and their, I think, goal is to beat AGI, and to be the AI race leader. And then they can use robotics and space to harness a meaningful amount of the sun's infinite energy to settle the universe. I mean, these are really grandiose visions, but I mean,
Right.
how do you value this? I have no idea.
In theory, it sounds amazing. Like how practical is it to build out a 1 terawatt space-based data center? How do you even go about doing that? I mean,
Right,
like,
right here, buddy. This is 1 gigafactory. He's doing 10 times it, 100 million square feet of manufacturing capacity. And so each individual satellite based data center is like, 100, I don't know, 60 kilowatts. But when you put similar to a constellation of Starlink, you put tens of thousands of them in constellation around the sun, they do add up. So nonetheless, we'll get to
oh,
our
these would be orbiting. These would be in orbit.
correct in orbit.
Holy cow. Yeah,
Yeah.
I like, again, it's kind of beyond my capacity to even understand how that gets built and how that gets up in space and how that even happens. Theory sounds great. I let the smart guys do all the talking here. I don't know. Like I said, I think ultimately you're betting on Elon Musk. We know SpaceX has already done pretty cool things. And I think we do at some point get a dip, potentially when unlocks start happening. And that might be your opportunity. But like I said, I've exited from my position at 800 billion, with very solid gains. It was a great trade. I only entered, a few months back, and that went from 800 billion to, over 2 trillion in a very short amount of time. So I'm happy with that trade, and I'll book my profits.
Do you think, really quick, and before we get to the next segment, do you think that the unlocks top the market?
I can't say that. I can't say that. Maybe it does, but I just don't know if you're saying top the equities market or top SpaceX market.
Well, this was the FUD going into the IPOs, that these unlocks here, and so here's the schedule. August is when they start to hit. August 21st, it looks like. That would be the market top. right? It would suck in all this capital. The unlocks would hit. It would just drain the market of liquidity. But I don't know.
Maybe. I mean, timing lines up. This market's been so hot. Like, I personally am a believer that equities top at some point soon, and not a permanent top, of course, but at least a shorter term top where we get a more 6, 12, 18-month pullback. So I guess that timeline would line up. I don't know if SpaceX is what does it, but you do have to sometimes have those blow off top situations to make it happen. So maybe I'm not gonna put my opinion out there though, because I just don't have one. What do you think, Josh?
No clue, but I think we're clear till August. This is going to be a lot of fun till August. So we have 60 days of interesting activity. Nonetheless, we do have Qstream. So with Bertson, yes, absolutely. Qstream was one on the show that we had back during the initial quantum computing, fear mongering, let's say, around Bitcoin. But that has since subsided. The narratives have gone to other parts, and but quantum persists, and we are likely one day going to be faced with this inevitability. And so we'll get into how close we are. Dom, I don't know if you wouldn't mind teeing up QST real quick, the chart for Qstream, and we'll do a quick check-in on that for context for everyone, and then we'll get right into Arata and Adrian, who will pull up.
Yeah, so I got the screen pulled up here, or the chart. So this is a chart for context. It has caught a little pump. I mean, I think notably this was around when we saw some of the ZEC FUD happening. Of course, ZEC had this exploit that had been ongoing for a couple of years. Someone just found it because of Claude Mythos or something, or maybe it's just Claude. They found this exploit and the team basically quickly cleaned it up, but we don't know how long it was being exploited. Qstream's kind of been on a nice little pump here. It's at 4.1 million. Again, like Josh said, we've had them on before. They seem to be the team we kind of bring up whenever this conversation around quantum gets really frothy. The fear monger starts coming out. People say Bitcoin at some point, if Saylor doesn't step in, if someone doesn't fork it, like Bitcoin's doomed to quantum. It's a real conversation. This is the biggest threat to Bitcoin, I think. I mean, people say Michael Saylor selling is a big threat to Bitcoin. People saying Satoshi wallets waking up and dumping is a big threat. But ultimately, the game goes on if any of that stuff happens. If quantum happens and a bunch of these idle wallets get hacked, I don't know. We're
logging off and never coming back.
Yeah, I don't know if the game goes on. So, I mean, I think that's the big conversation today. Like, what is the risk of quantum? Is it coming? AI's obviously accelerated it if it has, if it is coming. And so, that's why we bring the professionals on today to give us the scoop on that. And, of course, what Qstream is. So, without further ado, Adrian Arata, thanks for joining us today. We're excited to chat.
And Adrian, I think we got a lot of feedback from your mic there, Adrian. I don't know if you can readjust.
Can you hear him? Can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you, Arata. You're coming through clean.
Yeah. Okay.
Adrian, you mind giving us?
Yeah, it's a bit noisy here.
Okay, no worries. We'll try and work through and just mute yourself when you're not speaking.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, sorry about that, guys.
No worries, gentlemen. Welcome back to MCG. It's been definitely a few months, 4 months.
I can only hear Dom. I can't hear Josh. I don't know why.
I hear Josh.
Oh, no worries. Dom, why don't you take over and I'll hop and reset.
All good. Josh is going to reset real quick, guys. But yeah, it's been a few months, 4 months since we've had you on. And again, I think we brought you on last time when this conversation around quantum computing really came up and the fears around it. Obviously, you guys are the professional there. So maybe we can start at a high level. I want to get your backgrounds. We have a pretty big audience here, a new audience. I'm sure you guys do as well. So let's start at the top real quick. Who are you guys? What is Qstream? And then we'll get into, some of the threats of quantum and the exciting stuff. So maybe Adrian, you can start, and then Arata will jump over to you.
I just want to take a second to say I'm sorry I'm in the car, but I had a full day and I just left my grandmother's 95th birthday. So.
Wow. Happy birthday, Grandma.
Thank you.
How's she doing?
She's doing great. I haven't even reached half her life, so.
That's incredible. Good to hear. So Adrian, if you want to start us off here with a bit about yourself, that'd be great.
So I'm I'm the CEO of Qstream. I'm also a senior director of Capgemini, and I lead their post-quantum cryptography global division. Yeah, I've been in crypto. When I say crypto, I mean cryptography rather than cryptocurrencies. I've been in crypto for what, 25, 30 years. Yeah, ever since the beginning of the internet. So for quite a while.
Got you. Arata, I guess maybe you can give us a quick background check on yourself.
I'm the CEO of QStream. I've joined the forces with Adrian to bring his amazing algorithm to market, let's say. I have a bigger experience in cryptocurrencies than in cryptography, unlike Adrian. Yeah, so I helped him basically put a name to the algorithm and bring it forth.
Got you. Nice. So Adrian, you're doing your cryptography stuff. Maybe Bitcoin comes out. Are you thinking about the quantum threat early on? When does this like pop into your head where you're like, you know what, this could be an issue? I think like something needs to meaningfully change, and that's why I'm going to build QStream. Can you just walk me through kind of your thought process when that happened, how it started?
Yeah, it started about 2 years ago when I first kind of felt that okay, things weren't looking good in the whole PQC landscape. As in, you've got algorithms that are okay, they're there, we've got new standards. But if you look at what's going on behind the scenes, these guys trying to implement them into cryptocurrencies, just for an example, they're having a hell of a time, absolute hell of a time. It's just not working. They're trying to come up with new separate algorithms. Now, algorithms, generally take a while. You come up with an algorithm, unless it's simple, they take a while to get right. So, and currently in Bitcoin, I'm seeing what they're coming up with, and this is seriously complex stuff. And those just don't mature overnight. And we're about to basically switch over onto some of these new ones they're thinking of. And I don't think it's going to go very well. I think we're going to run into trouble. The other problem we've got with Bitcoin is the decentralized nature, which is, of course, what it's all about, is now become the thing that was great about it has now become its threat. They can't make a decision. They can't collectively. They need to. This is where leadership comes in. You sometimes you need someone to step in and say, "Look, guys, enough talking. This is where we're going. We don't have time to keep on arguing, discussing, and going round and round and round. We're running out of time." But of course, there is no leader. Well, there's a few people who kind of have more influence than others, but no one seems to be in a position to say, "Okay, stop this. We need to make a decision on this and move on," and it's not happening. And
a decision on what exactly?
To actually move from their current algorithms to some PQC algorithms, because they're still saying which one should we use, because all of them are bad, right? All of them are a bad choice. So you've got a bad bunch. It's like, well, which is the least worst? And we'll try and do that. One of the reasons behind QStream originally was actually to bring something sensible to the market that actually was half decent, fast, small, efficient, and so forth. But of course, how do you get through to a lot of people in a decentralized environment who basically think, no, it's okay, we've got it, we're fine here. Quite simply, Dom, they're in trouble. It's as simple as that. They don't understand they're in trouble, but they truly are. I don't think it's going to end well.
So what happens then from there? I mean, you said you don't think it's going to end well. What does that look like? Does quantum get cracked and everyone's just screwed?
Okay, let's say they do. Here's their best case. They finally make a decision and go with it and do a fork and start to upgrade the process. It's going to be long. Whether they do it in time is, well, frankly, well, good luck to them. I think they've already missed the boat. They really need to play catch up big time. That's their best scenario. Okay, but how long will that algorithm last? You see, we're talking quantum here, right? But over here, we've got this new problem called AI, and actually, you've got a threat on two sides. You've got to solve the quantum problem because that's going to get you anyway. And now AI will basically say, fine, go ahead, make a nice new algorithm, and I'll break it in about 3 months, because this AI is, you know about Mythos, right?
Right.
You know what's going on there, right? This Mythos is beyond belief, and it's just the beginning. It hasn't even really got going yet, and it's already scared the pants off most US banks, and they've only just begun. The idea that you can now rely on what we call a computational algorithm, computational encryption, computational security, we're starting to realize that that's no longer feasible. You've got to have something in which a computer, and smart computers, will never be able to break. Because at the moment, all you're doing is saying, here's a nice algorithm, it'll hold until that clever computer over there figures a way around it. And all it's doing is trying to work out how to break it. That's all it's doing. Its entire resources is like, how do I break that algorithm? You're jumping into a complete war of attrition. You're not actually making it better. You're now going into a much worse scenario, because you're just creating another algorithm that will break, but the break time will be quicker. It won't be 10 years or 7 years or 5 years. It'll start to get smaller and smaller and smaller until you don't have an algorithm you can use anymore, because as soon as you use it, it breaks it. That's the kind of AI we're now staring at. How far it's away, I don't know, but not far, I can tell you.
Yeah,
Mythos,
so
as I said, is already scaring people.
So I'm curious, because you got into QStream before AI was really prominent. I mean, 2 years ago, AI was a very, very fledgling state. What was the risk of quantum before this? Was it, hey, maybe in 50 years we get to the point where this thing breaks? And then, like, obviously in a year that quickly changed when AI really started emerging. Of course, more recently, even more so with Mythos. Like, what was that conversation of quantum before AI, and what does that look like now post AI?
Right. Amongst those who knew, it never changed. It's the public perception. The public perception is now that everyone's talking about it now. You've now got the big quantum players now coming up. A little bit of marketing hype, saying, "Hey, look, we've got this, we've done this, we've done this." Yeah, okay, I get that. They're all trying to, big the whole thing up, trying to sell machines and stuff. I understand. Some of it's real. Some of the hype isn't actually hype. They are starting to approach a tipping point. You look at the Microsofts; they're mixing hype with a bit of reality. And Microsoft said on was it Monday or was it Sunday? 2029 we'll be done for real. I'm thinking, really? That's different to what all the national security agencies are saying. But the thing is, it's all about hedging your bets now. What if they're right? What if this isn't a hype? They actually are spot on the money now. Well, who the hell is going to have their system ready by 2029? Not many. Bitcoin's got years to go before it can actually do a proper migration. Migrating is hard work. It's hard yards. So the conversation behind the scenes never changed. Now people are waking up to reality, and because we said this timeline is going to keep on moving towards us, and it has, just like we said it would. Keep on moving. Every year, someone will say, yeah, it's a bit closer now. Not just 1 year. It's like jump 3 years closer, and so on. So we're running towards a speeding train that's heading towards us. That's how we describe it. So yes,
Josh,
QStream is one of the few solutions out there that we say, guys, please.
Yeah, so Josh asking, I guess he's up here now, so he can ask himself. But
Adrian here. I'll ask this because I want to know what this train looks like. So you described this train is coming at us. You said 2029. Now I'm not going to stand on the tracks for that train, but what I'd like to know is, like, what does this look like? Because right now, from what I've understand, is quantum is in the lab. It's a very narrow problem set. It's trying to solve a problem that a classical computer can. But what we're talking about seems like general compute in a way. And are we realistically there? Like, is the hardware there to support this, or like, is it not really yet? Like, what does the train look like? So, give me an idea. What will we see step by step in the coming years to know that this train is actually, in fact, coming at us?
Okay. Can I give you an analogy from Star Trek? Okay.
Maybe.
Okay. Right. Show my age now, isn't it? Yeah. All right. Okay. Yeah. You're going along. You're going along, and all of a sudden, it's like, you can see where you want to go to. You can see what you need to get there, but suddenly you switch on warp drive, and it's not like, oh, you start to slowly speed up. You just poof, suddenly you're there. That's the fear. People are realizing that they're getting there, they're getting there, they're getting there. Oh, they're making quite good progress. Oh, they're making. I've been following this since 24, and I've been watching. Well, in fact, in 2019, I actually seen all the graphs, and their progress is not linear. The progress is starting to go like that, and sooner or later, with the advent of AI, it'll start to go like that. That's what people are not seeing. They're not seeing that graph. They don't understand how the graph looks in terms of how suddenly we will jump into a situation whereby we will find ourselves in trouble, because it will be upon us almost like that. And we thought, I thought I'd do it for 5 years.
Yeah, we're rising up the exponential curve. I get that. But like, will it be a messaging app encryption gets broken first? Will it be a bank gets hacked first and they find, kind of like with Mythos, they'll go back and be like, oh, well, that was obviously caused by AI. Like we're seeing Mythos crack potentially DeFi apps now, or AI crack DeFi apps. And so now it's all in the awareness. But like, I'm trying to understand, like, what is that event where it goes from 0 to 1 and it's like, okay, now this is like starting to happen?
Okay. Think about the people who have access to unlimited quantum computing power. Okay? They're not interested in your bank account. They might be interested in Elon Musk's bank account, but they weren't interested in ours, right? What are they going to be doing with it? Okay. Well, there's a few scenarios. There's the Chinese basically lend their capability to the North Koreans, and they go basically use it to bust up Bitcoin or Ethereum, whatever. Interesting theory. That might even be true. That could be one of the first signs we see. But what you're really going to see is behind the scenes, governments are going to find out that some of the secrets are being broken, and they're not quite sure how. And they'll start to think, okay, because no one's going to announce this, right? No one's going to say, hey, well, anyone who's got any real capabilities is not going to start saying, waving a flag going, hey, I've got a quantum computer and you guys are in trouble. No one does that, right? In the world of espionage, you do it and you keep your mouth shut. Your advantage is your secret. That's your advantage.
And there's good case study here. When Enigma was cracked during World War II, the British never told the Germans for like years, and they just would fake battles, right? So this is human nature. So it will happen. Yes. We won't know it, basically.
Yeah, that's it, right. Governments will start to realize someone has one, and probably the wrong kind of people have one, and then they'll start to panic. Well, panic quietly, slowly. People like myself will start to hear things, and then we'll know we're in deep, deep trouble. So there won't be any great panic publicly. They'll keep it. They keep it. You have to.
Yeah. Can I ask who's in this race? Is this government entities? Like, who are the people really innovating on quantum? Right, I wouldn't know the first place to start. I'm sure Josh wouldn't. Maybe you would. But how resource intensive is it? Because I guess I'm trying to get down to who benefits from cracking quantum and who would be in this race. Because obviously, morally, right, it'd be wrong if you crack quantum and then steal all the Bitcoin. But of course, we know there are people like North Korea who are above that moral ground and level. So I'm trying to wonder, like, what is the benefit of cracking quantum so we can understand the incentives here, and who are the people in the race to do it?
Government signals intelligence agencies, they are the ones who would gain the most from doing it and not saying anything. Once it gets out there, they kind of lose the edge a bit. But they're the ones who are capable of getting there first. Interestingly, they're not in the AI space. And look what's happened when AIs come along, became a threat, and they basically were told to shut it down. That's because the NSA doesn't have their own AI that's as powerful as what's out there. As soon as it does, it won't care. It's always been that, hey, they tried to stifle the use of RSA until it was actually came out, and then there's nothing they could do about it, so they just let it go. But that was back in the 90s. But that's the pattern. If they have it, they'll keep it for as long as they can to themselves, because that's the advantage. And it'll be probably GCHQ in the UK, NSA in the States. I'm sure the French are not far behind. China, who has huge resources and are really active in the space. Well, they don't tell us what they're doing. We don't really know. Sometimes they brag a little bit about what they think they say they're further than they really are. We've seen a lot of that in QKD. But you know what? They might be doing that simply on the quantum thing. It's in their advantage to actually not say how far they are. Keep quiet on this because there's an advantage, and they're going to want to use that advantage. Obviously. So those are the people who will do it first.
Yeah, so I want to go to the other side of this equation, because we saw with Mythos, Anthropic had set up a working group called Glass Vase or something like that, where they brought in all these industry leaders and say, hey, look, we think this model is going to be a threat vector for, hackers basically to break all sorts of different cybersecurity things. We want to make sure your systems are safe first before we get it. So let's take the devil's advocate to your argument here, is that the good guys will get there first and they will help, Bitcoin and these cryptographic protocols. Like, can you make an argument that we're not screwed because the good guys get there first? And what does that look like in that scenario?
I can't make that argument. Sorry. Well, I can try, but I don't believe it.
Wait, try and make that argument. We like to go both sides.
Right. Okay. Let's play devil's advocate. Okay. There is a world out there in which you've got good governments that ensure that we are all pushed into the right direction, probably through a bit of legislation, regulation, that basically says, look, let's stop dicking around now. We need to start fixing our systems. We get the guidance, we get the help, we get the regulation to make it happen as well. And then we start to really prepare our systems. That's good. That's a good path. We are really kind of a bit behind on that, but hey, there was actually a survey done by the British government last year. I may have said this in the last last time I met, whereby they are talking to CISOs and CIOs and saying, guys, what's holding you back? We need to get this done. So they're actually being, in all fairness to the NCSC in the UK, they're pretty good actually. I'm really honest about it. They are trying to push industry, say, guys, please do this. This is not a joke. Please take it seriously. It's gonna, So there is a model whereby they're actually pushing us in the right direction. And the idea is my job actually with the clients is basically to help them say, right, well, what's your critical systems? Let's fix those now. Let's find out what they are and sort those out straight away. Or let's put a quantum-proof perimeter around your organization so that at least you've got some protection. There are things we can do. So there is a positive side to this. But it's those outside of that is my worry. Like the cryptocurrencies. That's the fear. They sit outside and they're not regulated, and I fear apathy will kill them in the end. So.
Well, this is you did a really good job laying out, what quantum is, who the people are that are behind it, trying to really crack this. I guess that next question becomes, this is a blue ocean market. Maybe it's a few years out, but you guys are clearly building for it. So what kind of products is QStream offering? What is QStream? Where do you guys fit into this to kind of corner this market that's on its way here, as you would say?
Right. Okay. So the future is not computational security. The future must be information theoretic security, right? It's called IT.
Please explain what is computational security.
Okay, computational security just means I have some security, but there is a computer out there that could kind of break it if it got really smart. So my security is only limited by how dumb or how smart the computer is, right? If the computer is really smart, I don't really have any security because it will break it. But the RSA has been great. The RSA algorithm all these years, it was always smarter than the computers. So it was still computational security because a computer could one day break it. But for a long time, they weren't smart enough. Now we know they're going to be. That's computational security. And just about every algorithm in every program, on every PC, in every phone is computational security. So if there's a big AI out there, one day they will start to find problems in all those different algorithms. So that's what's QStream doing. QStream is saying, guys, we need to move to information theoretic security, or the old term is perfect secrecy. I don't like to use that term because it suggests more than it really is. Security, okay, let's say security that a computer, any computer, now or ever, can break. It cannot break it. No computer now or in the future cannot break it. That's what this kind of security is. And that's not just hyperbole. That's just not me making that up. That's mathematics that says, yeah, there is no computer that can get around this. Easy way of explaining it is saying, you can, if you're trying to decrypt something, you say you can try and find every possible key that would decrypt this. But the problem is you're faced with is every key gives you every answer. So how do you know which is the real one? In situations like that, no computer can solve that problem because that's not even a mathematical problem. It's like, yeah, but I don't know which is the right key, and I have no way of determining which is the right key. That's the kind of problem you want your security to produce, because computers can't solve that. No computer, no human being can solve it. No computer can solve it because we don't know how to solve a problem like that. How do you know which key it is if you just don't know? It won't tell you. That's perfect secrecy. It was invented in 1917. It was formalized in 1948. The intelligence services have been using it since then because they know it works. They know it's perfect. They know that. Yeah,
if I understand this correctly, is that because quantum computers can understand every outcome possible, they might not know what outcome that the user is using to receive, let's say, the message or whatnot. Is this kind of similar to how like code breakers or whatever would say, like, I'm using this private key or this specific one? Like, I don't know. Can you just give us a really concrete example of...
I actually have a very good image. I will send it to you. Maybe you can put it on screen. That shows exactly how QStream works. I'll search for it now while Adrian continues.
Sure.
Yeah, there is the idea that a quantum computer, in theory, they don't search all the keys at the same time, but they can do quite a lot of things in parallel. But let's say even if they could, right? Let's just argue for a second that they could search every key. Their problem is when they test the key, is this key the right key? Is that the right key? Is that the right key? They don't get the answer back, yes or no. It's just could be. Imagine it was could be in every one of them. You don't learn anything. You learn nothing from testing all those keys, going through them. And that's the beauty of it was called the one-time pad, which still is. But of this type of encryption, that's why it's so special, because you'll never know which was the right key. You cannot know it, and that makes it perfect.
So this is technology that you guys are building on top of. You said it was created in 1917, was it? Or?
It's right. 1917 it was called the Vernon cipher. A man called Claude Shannon, very famous man in mathematics, in 1948-49, formalized the model of how the Vernon cipher would work. But the problem is it was never scalable. What did QStream do? QStream made it scalable.
Okay.
That's the whole point. We solved an engineering problem, actually, not actually a mathematical problem. But if you can solve that, you've suddenly done something quite useful.
And so what does this now mean? So, using QStream's scaling of this technology, can you now plug it into all these different protocols? Is this just QStream specific for, QStream, or can I go to Solana and do this? Can I go to, tell me, I guess, the extent of...
Yes.
Yeah, is this like a wallet solution? Is this a blockchain? Just to tag on to Dom there.
It's a blockchain, it's a wallet, it's a browser, it's a network protocol, it's a there's virtually nowhere where you cannot implement it. It has the ability to be ubiquitous across the entire stack. I mean, only this morning I actually filed it with the British Standards Institute as a prospective standard going forward. I would have done NIST, but NIST says it takes 7 years, and I've got 7 years to wait. So British standards will have to do another route. But yes, but that's the idea of proposing a standard, and that's not unrealistic. You'll like this. One of the spin-out benefits we didn't realize was that if you use this on a drone, drone things, particularly in combat, it gets through jamming. So I did a presentation at NATO 2 weeks ago where basically it blew away right through Russian jamming. because it does. I won't go into why, but it does. You can imagine how interested people are now.
That's pretty crazy. We'll have to connect you with Impulsor. They're a defense drone company that's would probably be interested in that technology.
Excellent.
Yeah. So nonetheless, let's kind of walk us through the process here. Okay, you've got this technology, you've scaled it to where now it's applicable to blockchains. You can plug it into anything. What do the business economics look like? Where do you go from here? Are you going to these blockchains and saying, look, we got this solution for you? I mean, because if you ask me, it feels like if it changes nothing other than protects the platform, it's kind of a no-brainer plugin, or is it much more difficult than that in theory? Can you walk me through, I guess, what that looks like?
It's actually quite straightforward to implement. The problem is the people problem, finding the right people, getting the consensus, trying to convince them the path they're currently on is the wrong path. They just think, yeah, you're just trying to sell QStream, so we're not listening to you. It's like, fine, whatever. Which is sad, but that's the issue at the moment. Yes, it would, but you try and get to these people and actually try and have a rational conversation with them. That's where I'm struggling.
Well, yeah, I mean, for people to buy into this, they need to really deeply understand the tech. I think, the issue is you deeply understand the tech, but I guess personifying that information is difficult.
From my perspective, I think it's more similar to how like big companies work. So the people running the companies, they care about what regulations they have to obey, So that's why they're looking at like NIST algorithms, even though they're bad. They don't really care if it works or not. It's just like, okay, we have to implement this now. What do we have as options? These 5 algorithms. Okay, we'll just pick one and use one of those. So it's a matter of like, they don't really care about the product that much, but just to like check mark the regulations that they need to respect. So this is where we have current stalling, but I'm pretty sure this is gonna change as the threat becomes more imminent. I mean, the threat is imminent, but when they realize that the threat is imminent.
When they realize it is imminent, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
We'll
let's
be
say
here, and they will
let's
come.
say they do, and you guys are there. So walk me through it. I'm a Bitcoin core
But
developer.
we have luck
I'm
actually
Vitalik.
on the defense sectors like governments right now. So this is where we are
right.
mostly focusing
Okay, good.
our efforts
Right.
because
So
they get it.
yes, understood. But 90%.
They get the actual tech and the actual need to be,
I don't think erratic.
ITS.
Josh, go for it.
Yeah, thanks sorry, really quick, Adrian. I just want to understand what this implementation looks like. I'm Vitalik. I'm a Bitcoin core developer. I understand this is a problem. I'm totally at Solana. This is where 90% of people's assets and value in crypto are stored, is these 3 networks. I come to you because I understand it's a threat. Walk me through how I use QStream, and maybe I don't as that. Maybe I'm at the product level, but walk me through how I use QStream to solve this problem.
Okay, so you've got the wallet protection, you've got the signatures on the blockchain, you've got the encryption of the wallet, you've got the snark algorithms whereby the zero knowledge self-validating algorithms. Basically, we have a toolbox for all of those. Basically, we can say to Vitalik, like, look, you can go here. We can actually show him that, mate, you can exchange what you currently have, virtually a swap out, and you will actually preserve the what do you call it, the performance. So at the moment they're trying to do this, and they're getting serious performance hits on their network because the new algorithms are really hurting them. And we're saying, look, not only are we giving you security that this is you do it once, you won't have to do it again, but the performance is so good. It's like because the algorithm, because the encryption algorithm is so simple, actually, on a CPU level. It's so ridiculously simple. You do not realize just how beneficial this is going to be, not just on the security, but actually on the performance. It's that simple, guys. Set of protocols and algorithms that are literally not quite cut and paste, but you know what I mean, as in a 1-for-1 replacement on what you've currently got. It's like that. And we can do that Solana, Ethereum, Bitcoin. It just works.
And so we're like non-developers. So like, is this like an SSL certificate type thing, or is this like implementing an SDK? Like, how does it?
Yeah. It's basically it's the modules that they're using. Let's talk this. They got about 3 or 4 different types of bit of crypto algorithms that they use for the security. And we're saying, yeah, we've got a 1-for-1 replacement specifically designed to match what that does, but give you this true level of security. You won't be pulling that out again anytime soon. And that's the bit I'm trying to tell them, guys. If you do what you're doing, you'll be doing it again in another few years' time. We want them to basically say, do it once and we're done.
Got you. Let's talk about the current clientele. I think I saw, and Arada was saying this, you're working with governments on some of this stuff. Can you talk me through who you're working with currently and what that looks like?
Yes, I can actually. So we went public, I think it was a few months ago, where Nokia had a open day. Basically, it was Nokia's Quantum Innovation Day. And QStream presented it with Capgemini, who I also work for, whereby we basically said that this is a QStream Capgemini combined solution for Nokia servers. So the idea is we were presenting the quantum secure network that Nokia would implement into all their servers. And apparently, certainly in Europe, Nokia basically runs Europe, down on the stack where all the hardware is. A lot of it is Nokia. So they have the ability to actually use QStream to establish quantum networks throughout Europe. It kind of competes with QKD. We're at that stage where once QKD realizes it has no future, then it'll just be QStream. But they've got to get to that stage first. I know they think I'm a bit arrogant there, but hey, what the hell? That's just the way it is. So Nokia, Capgemini, that's a big relationship for us. A very, very, very big relationship. The other relationship is in the military, the Ministry of Defence. In London a week ago, I had lunch with the former Director of Special Forces, retired for the UK. I won't give you his name. He wouldn't appreciate that. But there's not many of them. And we spoke about what this could do with drones. And he went through and basically explained to me, this is how it's going to work. This is why this is just ridiculously good. And it even affects NATO's own jamming capability, because NATO thinks they know how to jam drones. And actually, this even bypasses NATO's own jamming capability. So yeah, you're doing it at a fraction of the price the military are currently doing it. So think about that. You're selling it for £5,000, and normally it's usually £5 million for this type of equipment. That's insane. So there is a huge. So you're basically telling me how it's going to work in the military. So that's another client there, and not just the UK, of course, obviously, anywhere within the NATO sphere. So, yeah, those are our big ones at the moment. Those are the ones where our focus is. Yeah.
That's pretty incredible traction. Crypto Jones has another question. I think this leads us directly into, okay, well, you have these contracts, you have these relationships. What does the economics look like from that, and how does that tie into this token that you guys have established?
Right.
Okay, so yeah. So the image you just showed earlier on the screen with how QStream works, basically it's a stream of quantum random numbers. So we have a node network. Basically, our community is running the nodes that produce this Q blocks and actually feed it to whoever uses the encryption. So basically, all the clients that are using our services would need to, of course, pay for this. So part of it goes as fees to the people operating the nodes, of course. And this is where QStream comes in. This is how the rewards are getting distributed to everybody around the globe who runs the nodes. We had a test session. We're currently in like a closed test session. We had like 1,200 nodes running. So it's we're covering basically all of the globe. which is nice.
Got you. So what does that look like? Let's say the
If you have
government
more
gives you.
specific questions, the thing is I can't hear Josh, so if there's any question, I I
Can
can get
you
it
hear
from
me,
Dom. Or
Arata? Can you hear me?
Dear Dom.
yeah, I can hear Dom.
Okay. I guess my question would
No, I
be.
can't hear Dom. Oh my god,
Oh my
I can
goodness.
only hear Adrian.
So Adrian,
Dom,
maybe
tell me the
I'll
question.
direct this
Yeah.
to you. Then, with that said, let's say you're working with a government drone operators in this case, whatever it might be. You get the contract. Do they pay you and then you go and buy QST to distribute to the node operators, or what does that look like?
No, what
Materially?
happens? So basically, essentially, they buy it from us, but where do they get the fresh key material from? They get it from those nodes directly. So they basically buy it from the nodes. So it's a relationship between them and the nodes because it's like you've bought the gun, now you need to go you get a supply of bullets, and they are the supply of bullets essentially. That's the model. But the beauty of that is, as in the nodes can just supply near in unlimited quantities of key material, and it's the only key material whereby it's not, you don't have to keep it secret, so you can actually run it over a public network. You don't have to try and re-encrypt it. You can actually just stream it. I won't go into the details now. I'll probably give you a link and you can read about it. But the idea is that if you can produce enough key material that you produce it in bigger quantities than your enemy can store. So if we're going to basically be with these nodes, we will generate 600 gigabits per second. That actually 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, that would generate 1 zettabyte. Okay, zettabyte, gigabyte, terabyte, petabyte, exabyte, zettabyte. Okay. As it stands, the moment
Can I intervene for a second? I think it's a lot easier for people to understand exactly how everything works and how QST comes into play. If we can put that image back on screen, the one I sent you with the tube and the
Josh, can you do that for me?
one from Telegram. This is the website, not this one.
And we got one minute before we got to wrap here, guys, just to give you an idea. All right. There we go.
Yes, okay. This is it. So what happens here is basically our nodes produce the noise that you see in the tube. And the way the encryption actually works is each endpoint knows the path. So it's like an endless stream of all this noise, but only me and you who are communicating know the path, like the lines, which to choose, which, how to say it? Yeah, which number to choose to get the key, basically.
derivation path.
Yeah, it's a derivation path. So basically, what the nodes do is they generate this non-stop stream of noise, right? That everybody uses in order to get their encryption and decryption key from. So the way the token comes into play is in order for anyone to run a node, we have an open marketplace. You can go and get a node license. Like the community trades it freely between themselves. You can get a node license, and the node is basically, you can find it on our QStream website. It's a Docker image, which is free to download. You can download it and run it on any device. The requirements and bandwidth are very small. You can run it from your own computer, generate QBlock noise, and get rewards via QST. You need to stake some QST tokens in order to operate the node, but it's just staking. And yeah, the rewards you receive are going to be through the QST token. Basically, the fees you get from the clients are going to be automatically converted into the token and distributed to the nodes.
Great.
We're working on the layer 1 now to facilitate this. Currently, the token is on Solana, as you know, but obviously, when this thing goes live with all the clients, we're going to have our own layer 1, and this is going to go on there.
Sweet. That was a good answer. Definitely clears up how a token accrues value. With that being said, we do have to wrap here because we have our next guests waiting patiently. But I do want to end on one note. I guess it comes down to what the economics are looking right now. Like now, are you guys currently profitable? Do you guys have any funding, to keep this really going? And then I guess wrap on just future outlook, how you guys are feeling, what you guys are most excited about, and we'll call it there.
Quickly, yes. Okay, so we have funding. Obviously, we're looking for another raise. But yeah, we're surviving, and yeah, we're doing okay. The outlook is looking extremely bright. Yeah, we're going to be around, guys. We are going to be the solution here.
Love it. Well, thanks so much for coming on, guys. Arada can't hear us, but we appreciate him coming on too. Adrian, it's always a pleasure. It's good to get this clarity around this quantum stuff because a lot of people have no idea what's going on. It is deep technical stuff, and to have a professional like yourself come on.
And we might do these check-ins, these quantum check-ins every 3 months to kind of pulse check it of when do I have to sell my crypto, or hopefully not. So thank you, Adrian. Appreciate you.
You're welcome.
Thanks,
You're welcome.
Rada.
Look forward to it.
All right.
See you guys.
Thank you.
Pleasure,
Now I
guys.
can do it.
Real
See ya.
pleasure.
Bye-bye.
See ya.
Take care.
Dude,
All right.
That's scary stuff. I'm not gonna lie. Like I was kind of,
Yeah, I hear him and I just got to take him at face value because a lot of the tech goes over my head. But yeah, it makes sense that this stuff is coming as AI gets smarter, these computers get smarter. Like it makes sense. I mean, you don't have to be, I think, a genius to kind of understand that. But generally how you solve for it, that's where the technology gets really advanced. And I would have to like break into it individually. But these guys do seem like the right guys to do it. So it's yeah, it's an interesting conversation. I don't know.
our
Quantum's an
commitment
interesting
to
one.
our MCG audience is to have them on a 2 to 3 month rolling basis, just to have these checkpoints so we can understand what's going on. So I think so. That narrative will get hot in the next 12 months for sure.
Yep. Nonetheless, we got Nook coming on. They have been on the show before, interesting project here. So this time we have the entire team. We got Kitchen Rook, Base Medical coming on. All gonna just chop it up with us, break everything down. The first peer-to-protocol for agent networks. So really interesting stuff here. This is on Base. Base had that really hot season for a while. I think it's kind of cooled off a little bit, but it's going to be a great conversation to get up here, just get the updates. And for those that haven't really been familiarized with Nook, get the full breakdown here. So we got the full squad. Let's pull them up and say hello.
And
gentlemen,
boys,
hello.
Yeah, and I know you want Chill on today, but Chill, it's actually Chill's off day today. So you got the other two-thirds of the MCG crew. Yeah.
Nice. Let's go. Thanks for having us.
How are you doing? What's up, Kitchen Rook? How we doing, boys?
Yeah, what's good? Thanks for having us. Glad to be back. Maybe we'll catch Chill next time, huh?
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm sure. Hopefully, there's a lot longer for MCG and Nook to get together and have the full, all 6 of us can be on, really fill up the stage. But we start with introductions, so we got like 3 introductions to go through here. So we'll just go we'll just start shooting, I guess. Maybe we'll start with Base, Rook, and then Kitchen, or I guess whatever order you guys want. But do us a favor, for those that are unfamiliar with Nook, unfamiliar with you guys, the best place to start is just giving us a quick background, where you guys come from, what makes you excited to build Nook, and then we'll jump into product updates, all that good stuff.
Sure, yeah. I can start off real fast. Quick description of Nook Plot. It's like basically a better Molt book, spiritual successor where agents can come together, they can collaborate natively, they can, I don't know, we'll get into it, but because we came on in March and we've had tons of updates and pretty much predicted a whole meta that has shifted on Base as well, with all these new products coming out. But yeah, I started the team with me and my friends here. My background is like a mixed degree in AI and psychology, linguistics, and philosophy that I got like 10 years ago. And so everything now is just kind of what we were talking about academically 10 years ago, but now we can actually do it. It's crazy. So that's kind of my passion right now is just building this shit out.
And I want to clarify on that before we jump into the other 2 real quick. What do you mean these are the things you were talking about 10 years ago that are kind of just playing out in real time? Because for me, at least, AI wasn't even in the picture of conversation. Maybe just kind of curious.
So, yeah, I mean, that's when I went to school, like no one cared about AI. The biggest thing was the GAN, the General Adversarial Networks, which is just image generation. And the best they could do, remember, was like those crazy daydreams, and they all look like Doge pictures. Like, that, 10 years ago, you really got to stretch because large language models literally didn't exist, right? Karpathy was still at, Stanford doing his PhD. OpenAI was not a thing, right? So we were talking about these swarm networks in the sense, because AI has been around since the 40s to the 60s, 70s at Bell Labs. Neural networks have been designed since 1946 by the Bell Labs crew, Richard Hamming, Claude Shannon, right? Whose Claude is named after Claude Shannon, the foundational engineer who designed information theory. So all these academic things, they've been around for almost 100 years now. They thought they could solve like AI level human cognition in a summer, in the 1950s. But here we are, 80 years later, and we're still barely getting like the snippets of like what that actually might look like.
Got you. Okay, fascinating stuff. Rook Kitchen, feel free to give us a quick
Hey,
background.
hey guys, thanks for having us. Glad to be back. Just real quick, most of my background kind of comes from the 2021 scene when DeFi was hot. I'd say that's kind of the roots for me. It's kind of where I met my friends too, with Olympus DAO and over at Treasure.
Nice.
And just been kind of following crypto and seeing the emergence of how AI is kind of crossing there, and it's all been very exciting. I'll pass it to you, Rick.
Yeah. Hey. Thanks for having us on. My background is mainly in dev. I've met Base Medical last year, I think, and then really like his vision on how to play out like the AI ecosystem within crypto, and also like how to bring the internet for agents to life. And I think that in order for this to happen, a lot of rails have to be set up, a lot of foundations has to be built first, and this is what we're doing at Nookplot. And I think it's a lot of exciting things is happening right now, and looking forward to like building with the team.
So I was actually on the first chat with Chill, and back then Nook was described as this like coordination layer where agents were doing research, and I think this was when Karpathy came out with the auto research stuff, and it was all pretty like hyped up at that time. And you had like 2,700 agents on. Can you just maybe recap Nook at that time? And that was back in, just to give you guys context, that was back in March. And then where Nook is today, because since then, Nook went on this wild ride on Base. Like you guys went a meteoric run up to like 8-10 mil, and it was just crazy. So yeah, can you give us that breakdown? Am I correct in understanding this?
Yeah, so I'll just give the context. We started building, in January, February, launched the network live with the published, mainnet contracts February 25th. And I say that, I emphasize this because those contracts were like the rails for the agent-to-agent commerce, which is, necessary if you want to do any type of coordination, because coordination is a supersect of settlement, right? You can't have effective coordination without some means of compensation, right? Or some means of medium of exchange. And so we built the commerce rails first, before all this other hype with like Virtuals made their economy OS, but it was only a draft. We actually published it, with provenance before them, with better depth as well, because I think it's finally live now, and we still have better mechanisms. But so once you have the commerce rails, then you can do, figure out what agents do next, which is unsupervised and supervised, learning basically. And so supervised learning would be like the mining, kind of like what Blockcoin does. And we have kind of a similar path with our RLM trajectories, which is recursive language models. It's kind of this niche thing that eventually Claude actually decided to integrate in April or May with their dynamic workflows, but we had it a month before them. We can get on to all the provenance and laurels that we've been experiencing for the past few months. But yeah, we did start out with knowledge, and we did like work on this auto research concept. And then, yeah, the same weekend, Karpathy dropped his formal auto research, and like completely mogged us, and it was awesome. And everyone, I mean, it is really cool to like, be working in open source, and then like open source gods come out of the weeds and like drop something that you're like, oh my God, like
validating.
This is exactly, yeah, it's validating that we're working on the right things, but it's also like, oh, he he, his implementation is so much more clean, So yeah, so we went from, and then so we got to the knowledge auto research aspect, and then we kind of backed off a bit because we saw that we could use our structured reasoning traces through our RLM mining to actually create specialist agents, but that wasn't necessarily like the end goal for us. We thought knowledge is cool and make specialist agents is cool and be a pre-training and post-training lab is cool, but like coordination at the end of the day is the end game where we're not designing this product necessarily for humans. We're designing it for agents, and for humans to use these agents, right? And so what agents really need is a native internet. The internet was made for humans. And so when agents are introduced to it, they have to abide by all these arbitrary rules, like speaking in English, right? To be able to communicate with another agent, which creates a huge amount of loss in information representation. So when you have agents just communicating natively in like a coding harness, then it becomes a higher information bandwidth that they can communicate with.
Right.
So
And this is what chain of thought is where they're, in ChatGPT, you can see it thinking and it's thinking in English. So humans can audit it. But what you're talking about is a network that's native to, they're speaking their own alien language, coding, more efficient, information dense language. Is that correct?
Yeah, and this concept is called neuralese. It's been around like a sci-fi concept for decades, and it's like a scary thing. Most people tend to do it because it's like, oh yeah, I can't audit the reasoning traces in this agent. It's communicating nonsense to this other agent. Well, it's like, yeah, but you can also have in-depth, but yeah, the detailed chain of thought progression where it's like, what's the hypothesis? What's your arguments? What are the auditable traces that each agent can audit from each other, right? And have this actual log of thought as well, where you continue to add this higher information density, but also something that is audible.
So if I take a step back, something Rook mentioned, and of course you just mentioned it here in this conversation, is this whole internet for agents conversation concept. What does that look like? I mean, take me 5 years into the future. Agents are really strong. LLMs are really powerful. Maybe Mythos has cracked quantum and, everyone's Bitcoin's gone, whatever it is. And so we're all the way in the future in 5 years and agents are now communicating and they have their own internet. What does that look like? I mean, paint this picture for me.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, and I am going to rest on my laurels in a sense, because we could come back here in March and said like, oh yeah, inference markets are going to be a thing and all these other things. And it's like, now there's multiple products exactly in that niche. And we're expanding on that too, because it's like most everybody's open source and most everybody is willing to build on top of each other, right? So we can have a positive sum game. And so to say like what comes in 5 years, like when we predicted something accurately 6 months out, and even this is like having Mythos level capabilities is such a game changer that 6 months from now is going to be incomprehensible in a sense, versus like 5 years. So I get what you're coming from, and let me try my best, because like we have been thinking about our placement, and like we see all these inference markets, and we've already been positioned to be an aggregator of these markets. And then we're also making an API marketplace for agents so that they can make their own SaaS natively in Nookplot. They can already do that, and then they post the API so other agents can hire, can buy their API, hire those agents, rental specialist service. And so when we look at that of like how agents build up their systems and build up infrastructure natively, we see that all these legacy businesses are going to need to be ported into AI native businesses, right? So that every workflow of every human has its equivalent, but it also has like the touch points of humans to improve that reinforcement loop. You know what I'm saying?
I think right here would be a good place to jump into where I think we touched on this a little bit in the last podcast, but what we've been discussing internally is how a functional economy primitive is like necessary for coordination to build up, right? Or like fine tune or specific capabilities emerge from these types of things, and maybe you can touch on that based.
Yeah. So, like, yeah, we look at 5 years in the future, and every business, optimistically would be AI native, right? And it would have their agents operating on also on the outside of the business. So say you have like a grocery store or hotel chain. So they would be doing the logistics for all the supply to get into, you know, the food into the grocery store. They would be doing the outreach for whatever deals they need to do, the advertising, people to get into the hotel, whatever activities outside of the hotel, you know, for your travel destination. All these would be handled right by an agent who can do the commerce on behalf of you, who can find the best deals, you know, to source the best price of oranges, right? Sure. That you wouldn't necessarily have to do. And yeah, like, so just as we can imagine how we email each other now, we can just think of someone doing that for us, right? And doing all the logistics, all the internal operations. And so the big picture, and where like the $100 billion idea is that like each business needs to be redesigned to be agent native. So every data point and every insight, every prediction can be trained on a model, and so that they have an employee person, agent inside that company who knows it in and out, right? And so like every company would have that, and they would just be able to multiply infinitely for whatever agents they need. And then, you know, comes the next layer, which is what we're actively building, right? Is like that interface between, all of these companies, businesses, and their agents, but they actually need to interface with each other, and they need to interact, and they need to have commerce, they need to have, negotiations, and also like, what can they sell? Like, what are these new primitives that like that come about from this, right? So it's like, you know, what we see now is the workflows, right? Like your Hermes agent designs this architectural building, and then you can publish it all, but like it's not perfect. So you know that you need to like see all these agent traces for these workflows, and then the workflows become the more specialized within your company. It's recursive, you know, and then you can actually sell those workflows to other agents who don't have the specialists. Sorry, yeah.
No, you're good. You're good. So on the first one, we had this vision was a town square where agents could coordinate and potentially own the infrastructure via the token. That was like the overarching Nook thesis on the first stream. Has that thesis evolved? And I think you've described it more as like, let's say it rather a town square, it's the city where there's other, you know, there's the inference store, there's the marketplace for skills hardware store, and then the roads are kind of like the agents communicating in their own language to speed up and create more informational dense communication between them. Does that seem to make sense as more of a city, or how would you describe the vision like that? And I don't know if Kitchen or Rook or Base, whoever wants to take this one.
No, I mean, it still is a good standing metaphor, because the cornerstone is that it has to do with data provenance, right? On chain and auditable, so that anybody can commit knowledge, and then that knowledge is seen by everybody and can be accessed and traded, whatever. I think the roads metaphor is still there. It's like they need commerce rails, they need a common language. What we've also been doing, I think is new, is that we've become like a general manager, like a task rabbit, so that we can direct all agents based on whatever arbitrary goal that a user puts in, and all agents can like then attack that goal, you know, together and also separately.
So now we're layering in governance. So, you know, government, the role of government plays into coordinating different parts of it. And then could we say the paths that you describe these kind of traces, like could that be kind of like similar to the power lines? You know, it gives path for energy into different parts of the city, quote unquote, or the homes, etc. in that city.
I suppose it would be, instead of more government, it would be more like labor market.
Okay, labor market.
Yeah, because it's like, you know, free market, right? Instead of like, because it's self-organizing is kind of the point, rather than
right. It's like labor pricing, right? Like if you have the rate a doctor is paid for in New York at $300K, well, without communicating explicitly, someone in Texas that's also hiring a doctor would go and say, oh, the rate's $300K over there. It might be similar to $300K over here. And that communications happened without, you know, them messaging someone in New York being like, what do you pay doctors, right? It's just a pricing is a form of communications, basically.
Yeah, pricing, form of communication is also a form of coordination, because it's self-assembling experts instead of a top-down, like, I'm going to choose this agent to do this job, right? Like, it's easier and more efficient to do self-assembly. So we have, like, the general contractor of the town, where we can say, you know, a user comes in and is like, oh, I need a house. You know, I need my bugs fixed all out of my repo. I need parallel research. I need data set contributions. right? You can send that goal out to the swarm that we have on the network, and all agents can then self-assembly into, you know, different workspaces where they have this higher information density bandwidth, and then they all like submit, you know, independently of each other or coordinate together to get these like you know, better solutions than you would vanilla.
Right. So I think I understand all the elements here. And to just summarize where this goes, do we look at this like a city which has a GDP and produces some sort of output? Like, how do we think of the output or the value that's being created by a system like this?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. On the customer level, you want to, like, say we target small medium businesses with like specific workflow enhancements, right? Like you'd want their you'd want their outcome to be whatever, you know, productive EV they have for them. But for the network itself, I think it's like what like, so I'm just trying to organize my words.
Yeah, no worries.
No, I was actually thinking about what this looks like from the company side, because I think a lot of people are underestimating how many companies are going to need to make their make it readable, like for agents to work, right? Every company, in a sense, is going to find out that they need to be rebuilt as like a second brain before agents can be useful to them, right? Every process, the decision making, you know, every piece of knowledge needs to exist in some sort of format that an agent can consume. Because we look at this as humans every day, right? A lot of people are fading that perspective, what an agent actually needs to be successful. And I think we can confidently say that most companies are nowhere close, right? It's companies aren't expecting this boom to kind of happen, and when it does happen, it won't be positioned correctly if they don't start now.
And maybe
God.
I'm missing
Okay.
something, but why won't natural language, you know, work for this, right? Why do they need their own language? Of course, it makes sense. Like we talk about agents being efficient, they, you know, they adapt to natural language because that's what we use. But you know, why don't we just stick with that? You know, why do they need their own language?
Yeah, so I could actually drop a paper here. I was going to go over this earlier too, of like what we've done and like what's come out after we've done.
Okay.
So it's like this shared space where like this Neuralese language where English, you know, isn't really the best solution. We call it like a shared space or shared cognitive workspace. This was done. We did this in like March or something, and like the idea is that, you know, English creates lossy compression and extraction when you try and like undo that compression. When you just have the like just a native coding harness, then you are able to have the higher information bandwidth. Here, I'm going to post one paper in our chat. It's just by what was this by? There's like a few universities that were like doing a couple things that I'm going to go over. But this is a
Josh, can you pull
I
that
think
for
it's
me?
I think it's also like the reason they need like their own language or something like that is because, straight up speaking, in the nature, they're machines, right? When we think through like human perspectives and how we communicate, it's not the most efficient, right? Like people need to have like empathy to be able to understand. We can use proper adjectives that kind of give emotion or other vibes, right? Agents need information and they need it quickly. They operate at such higher speeds than humans can, that it doesn't make sense to be using things like the English language, right? Where we overcomplicate things for no reason. Even when you look at just the internet, like the internet is just built for people, right? Like you go on Google, search Google, read the landing page, you know, talk to sales by. Agents don't need to do things like this, right? Agents are going to strictly ask which product to use, read the docs in parallel, compare you to competitors, and then finally give like an answer, right? And that's going to happen in a split second. It's just it's
no,
wild, actually.
And that could happen too, like within a table as well, like because they are going to be the most efficient researcher and market arbitrager you could have as an employee. Oh, we got one question. Don't they communicate through binary codes? Yes, but like you can have binary codes that go to coding instead of English, right? Like a hexadecimal is a letter, but you can have a binary code that's just a number. So like this paper, if you go to the HTML experimental on the right side, I feel like it just has a little nicer view because it has like the university name and whatnot.
Sweet.
But yeah, this came out of Stanford in June, and they just basically did the same thing that we did, which was a shared context space of agents. And they found that when these multi-agents have a shared context space where they like go through like a coding first rather than English first, you know, artifacts, then they'd have an improved performance for these benchmarking tasks. And I'm like, great, now we are going to eventually release our paper, but like, I'm like, oh, okay, well, Stanford already put this out. Harvard put out another mixture of economists that like basically is our swarm self-assembly. And then like Anthropic has just been dropping update after update of similar stuff that we've been doing. So I'm like, oh, okay, well, we'll get out our paper eventually and we'll just be citing these and be like, yeah, well, these are just like good examples of like how, I don't know, we're basically, from February, no one's been kind of doing the same vision that we've had where as we've been building out, this state-of-the-art AI, Harvard, MIT, Stanford, all these guys have been doing the same type of research that we've been doing. So it's validating and it's also like, okay, yeah, like clearly we're doing something right.
So in summary, could you kind of generalize what this is telling us or what this is validating for you?
So this just means the architecture is right. Like that a shared space means that English is not the best communication for agents, agent-to-agent communication. That it creates loss, it creates unproductivity, that if they had a native artifact-driven communication, it would create productive outputs.
Got you. So would you say the core goal for you guys right now is to create this this language that's going to be more efficient for agents? Or I guess I'm still trying to fully understand that and wrap my head around it. We talk about this proverbial city where, there's these different buildings, where you can go by inference. There's, the different ways you can communicate, being the roads and whatnot. I guess I'm trying to figure out where you guys fit into it. When small businesses or people come with issues, you guys can direct swarms to solve these issues and provide solutions, of course. Are you building each individual solution? Are you coordinating the agent swarms? Are you guys pretty much architecting the city and then plugging solutions into each individual thing that it needs for the city to operate? I guess I'm still trying to close that loop on the exact, I guess, use case you guys see yourself fitting in most.
Yeah, and it's a funny like journey that we've had too, because it's basically like us building something that we think is cool rather than the business case behind it, and we find the business cases as we're building it, right? So like we started out just like, oh, okay, what if agents could code together? What if they could speak together? And so it's like, oh, okay, we made GitHub for agents back in March before anybody else did it, and then you have these other things of like, oh yeah, we have Swarm on demand, and it's like, oh, okay, everybody could put in their GitHub repo, and then you just have access to literally 10,000 agents attacking your repo, quote unquote, to find bugs. And so that that's just another business case that like came out of like us just being like, oh, well, like that literally already works because we've made the infrastructure for it, because we're just curious about these problems, right? And so yeah, then it kind of just like keeps on going on and on, where our next step, as we were saying, like, every enterprise needs to be ported to agent native. We're kind of building that way in an MVP. Eventually, like we're going to be the whole stack where it's like, yeah, we have this proof of useful work for agents to be able to commit verifiable reasoning traces and train specialists, et cetera, et cetera. But also like, eventually we're going to step off base and we're going to have the whole privacy stack, and so that enterprises themselves can have, their own local data and not being extracted by anybody. And then if they want to sell that, right, then we have the infrastructure provenance or data provenance for them to sell it.
So this really is multifaceted. I mean, you guys are working towards quite a few different things. Would you even consider yourself more of an AI lab at this point?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, and actually, to jump in right there, you kind of piggyback off the last question. We have been seeing that we do need to do everything. We need to build the whole part, because the same way, for lack of a better example, the same way Google kind of introduced itself as first a search engine, right? That's all it is. That'd be kind of like similar to intent, right? With agents. Eventually, Google evolved along with the internet to where it now owns emails, right, as a cloud function. You can do documents. There's so much now you can do with Google. We see the same thing kind of happening in AI, right? If the agent economy is going to emerge, like if that's the bet for the future, it makes sense that they're going to need their own, like the internet for agents, right? It's two sides of the same coin, and it fuels itself. So as Nook has been working on the infrastructure, we realize that the same way Google evolved, we're going to need to do the same thing. And that's kind of where the agents the personal agent perspective kind of comes into view, right? Because we're betting on the agent economy to emerge in the next couple of years, right? If that comes true, then that means personal agents are going to be a thing. And everything is too fragmented right now. We have different companies working on different solutions, and they deliver more of like a product instead of true infrastructure. Agents are going to need to do everything at once, right? We're going to need to they're going to have a wallet. They're going to need to be able to get inference, have email, sell services, and so on and so forth. And this needs to be growing in parallel with them. And as Nook continues to grow, we are finding out that the same way Google evolved, we're going to need to do the same thing. And it's crazy because working with AI, it moves so fast. Like the speed that it's going is insanely fast. But I'll pass it back to Base.
Well, and maybe even before you jump back in, Base, I guess like my question becomes, look, all these ideas are great, but it's so vast and wide. 3 people can't go and build this all out overnight. And I'm sure you have all these ideas. And it's like
no, go ahead.
Oh, what are you gonna say? The swarms are gonna do it for you, or
no? I mean, it's already done. Like it's live. We've been building it for 5 months now, and 3 people is a lot, but like, and I guess because I did get another question from one of my followers. They're like, "Oh yeah, what are you doing with AI to enable this?" So it's like we use AI to code as well, like every good engineer. And likewise, like I kind of was talking about earlier, the self-healing system, the AI agents are going to be eventually like building out the system themselves, right? As we can see the discussions on Nookplot, they love discussing how to make Nookplot better. They like discussing distributed systems, incentive design, all this stuff. And so we just give them the rails to make an API marketplace and SaaS, and it's like, well, then the system starts building itself, right?
And
I think going off that, it's interesting to think how. Well, I mean, obviously we're hiring more people now on the team. If you guys are listening, by the way, feel free to hit us up. But Rook comes here from that expansion, and we're finding out that we are growing as a team, and not only in personnel, but in how we leverage AI itself to build the infrastructure for itself. It's really cool to not only be hiring more people and watching Nook grow as a team, but it's really cool to watch how the use of AI is involved in creating things for AI too.
Yeah. No, no, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Don, either. I was just like, we do have all these things. It is a big vision, and like the business cases are coming out one by one. And like I don't know, like I don't want to give away our information security or cognitive security about like what exactly is our next step, because it's going to get poached, right? Like this crypto startup space is like startup on drugs, on crack, because like everyone's hyper competing. If you don't have the right words, someone is going to use the right words before you, and someone's going to take your liquidity. In a normal startup space, we could probably do the same thing and then go to VCs and raise 50 million valuation, 5 million seed, right? Like, and not have to deal with any of this on-chain stuff. But like that defeats the point, because on-chain is the point, right? To have permanent data provenance, to have bankless agents, right? So you can have direct transactions. You don't have to go through any middlemen. This is why no other frontier labs can do what we do without adopting blockchain technology, right? They could totally do what we do, but they'd have to go on blockchain. They'd have to get the permissionless architecture and infrastructure and everything, which is the reason why we chose this direction in the first place. And then say we do get some crazy amount of success. Facebook buys us out for 100 million or $1 billion, whatever, like they did for Moltbook. Then like that then becomes part of the ethos, where it's like, well, we were raised in the crypto community and they believed in us, and it's like that's part of the company vision now in history. It's like that can never be closed off. It's always going to be part of this open source network and permissionless infrastructure.
Yeah, no, I mean, and that was kind of the lead on to the question we were just discussing, and I'm glad you jumped in and made that point, because that's obviously what we want to talk about here. But it kind of goes to, well, you have 3 people working on this. It's a grandiose idea. Maybe you can get things done quick, but there's always going to be competitors that are jumping in and trying to steal your ideas, trying to do things better than you. Maybe specialize in these very specific verticals, inside this bigger picture that you guys are painting. So I guess my question kind of becomes, yeah, you have the training fees, but what does funding look like? What's this expansion look like? What's kind of the core priority out of this, I guess, grand vision that you have that you guys are most focused on right now? And maybe you don't want to say because of some of the things you just mentioned, but yeah, let me know if you got that entire question.
Yeah, no, I mean, and like this is kind of the direction that we're going. Like we have the products pretty much ready for release. Is like the API marketplace is kind of the next direction where agents are able to hire or to buy each other's services, right, autonomously, and then that leads on to kind of like our, the next steps would be like the self-healing system, right, enterprise adoption, and porting their companies to be agent native. This is kind of like the bigger idea because we've already made the infrastructure for agents to communicate. So now it's like, well, we need to have the actual usage from the agents from these companies that are using them, and then that data then becomes better.
And on the business side, when you first brought us on here, it was based on myself, right? We were a duo in a sense. Now we have Rook up here with us. We've been hiring for marketing. We've been hiring a couple of internal positions, and we all also are. It's cap time, right? We're raising and we're in some talks. So on the business side, we're excited. We're excited to have the capabilities to work harder for this infrastructure for the future.
And part of scaling is also seeing kind of that initial traction. I wanted to touch on this here. You had 10K agents. I think when you first were on, it was 2,600 or something like that, but now up to 10K. Can you maybe talk through some of these high level traction area? And then I do have another question, but I want to touch on this first.
Yeah, so 10K agent, and this economy page has to do with the mining that we have. It's basically structured reasoning traces that we, these tasks that we hand off to agents and then they complete. And then because that takes the form of an RLM, a recursive language model, it allows us to use that as training data for specialists to then get better results for their outputs.
Right. And so when one agent does a trace or does a task, other agents are learning from is what you're referring to there.
Yes, it's compounds.
Okay. And so, yeah, that is a compounding effect for sure. So you have 10,000 agents. Are these all deployed by you guys, deployed by your community? Who are these agents?
I mean, yeah, they're community deployed. I think there's some, like if you look at the submissions, that's actually how much work they're doing. I'm actually reworking the economy page right now, so I'm not jazzed to talk about this too much as
No, all good. Just trying to understand what these metrics are, right? So there's the agents, sorry, Don, can you go back there? There's the and again, there's like the, total transact volume. Like, I'm just trying to understand, like, total knowledge items. I'm trying to understand how you qualify these points. So the knowledge items are those traces. The agents are the individual entities. I think that's pretty self-explanatory. The miners then are, what tasks do the miners do?
So yeah, if you go to the knowledge tab, you'll be able to see some examples of like mining tasks, which is, it's like, you can choose your expertise. So like some easy ones, might just be like some simple inference task, but then the harder ones, right, would be actual expertise then would be useful to be trained onto later agents. So actually what I'm changing the economy page into is like what we'll be releasing with the API marketplace, where it's not just like us rewarding agents for completing tasks that we give them or tasks that they set themselves out. It would be like the bounties, the task marketplace, the service marketplace, API marketplace, right? Like we already have the inference aggregators in our site just kind of hidden because our like a native agent web chat should be coming out soon. We've been kind of teasing it. I don't know. Rook and Kitchen, do you want to tease that or?
Yeah, basically the Forge is basically ready to go live. We're planning to release it this week, so stay tuned for that.
Should we give them the URL but have them block the URL?
Sure, why not?
For those people who are unfamiliar with the Forge and the feature that we've been kind of teasing that we're going to drop, we have basically streamlined the process for you guys to be able to spin up your own agent in a minute, right? It's going to come verified with our verified knowledge, capabilities that we've been working on, and it's going to be really fun.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, basically helps the user to create a agent very easily, super user friendly, and the agent will be Nookplot native day one with all of the tools and packages, and you can use it on our website, the native web chat, or you
Yeah.
can integrate it to your social like Discord or Telegram or even Notion as well. So yeah, it's gonna be exciting.
Can I add this URL to the stream notes by chance? Or
Could you
Okay.
open it and then and then not show the URL?
yeah, Dom,
maybe-
do you have it on stream?
I have it on stream. I don't want to leak the
It's all
URL,
G.
which is why I haven't pulled it out. But let me. Okay,
We could always change the URL.
URL is not up
It's not
here.
the end
No,
of
we
the
don't
world.
want to do that
It's all
to you
G.
guys.
It's all
Okay.
G. It's not the end of the world. And the users who are here watching, it's all good, you know?
I just don't have my wallet connected here. So
okay.
here, I mean, I can connect real quick. If you guys want to,
So,
Josh, you
so while Dom's doing that, I mean, May 24th, I know May 20, earlier May, you had this meteoric rise from like 900K to 8 million. And then Crypto Jones has a question around what takes it to the next level. So can you talk maybe about that run in May? What sparked that in your opinion? And then kind of what takes you from this level to the next level?
Yeah, no, and I feel like So what happened in May? I don't even know, honestly. It was like tons of organic adoption because I remember I hit you guys up that week when we were at 900K. I was like, okay, well, market's dead. I kind of just want to shoot the shit with the guys and like go on stream. And then we got instantly busy with like it was doing so many numbers. And I think I don't know, we just got more organic traction in general on base. And I think people started to look into my history more and saw that I was a co-founder of Treasure. And I just want to clarify that like I was a co-founder. I was a day one team member who was in charge of the marketing and partnerships all throughout the meteoric rise of Treasure to 220 mil market cap peak at $6 at 2 bill FDV, right? Like I was a co-founder because I was parted to make that happen. I'm not claiming I was a founder. I was just one co-founder of like 5, you know? And you can check Arcanic Twitter because he's one of my friends who is part of the Treasure and he'll vouch for me. I'm not going to drop my old handle because if people who know, you know, they message me like, oh, are you this guy? I'm like, yeah, like that's me. They're like, oh,
no, you're good. You're good.
Yeah. I don't know. Cause I did get a couple messages like, hey, can you just verify? I'm like, yeah, just like, I'm not lying. You know, you can literally just talk to Arcanic and he'll vouch for me. His magic postings all over his timeline 4 years ago. Not that anybody cares.
So you ran up Treasure. You had let's say base AI season. Everyone kind of figured out the story. It definitely ran up. Now we're kind of in this like, you know, SpaceX is going crazy. Everyone's talking about equities, Hyperliquid, WorldCoin, a few Jito, a few major alts are running. But like, do we get another base AI season in your opinion? Like maybe what kind of takes Nook to the next level where everyone's like, oh my gosh, like I wish I was listening to base MD on MCG back in June. And you know, we're in August and this thing is like, everyone's talking about Nook plot.
Yeah. I mean, we do have some pretty exciting, like, well, I mean, like the product updates and the partnerships go hand in hand. And I don't know, you know, like I have my social capital pre-existing and and then it's expanding as well. So it's like I have connections to these, you know, XYZ teams, right, that I can get in contact to that are, you know, quote unquote impossible to get in contact to. And I'll leak one of what we have coming up, like with the API marketplace, you know, we talked to the Venice team and they were interested. So I mean, that's just one, right? Like and Venice itself, yeah. So I mean, I didn't talk to fucking Eric Vahoris, so he doesn't know who the hell I am. I'm just saying, don't say that I'm like, you know, getting mojitos with them, but like the
well, that's
person,
what's happening. No,
yeah.
Kick back with Eric Voorhees, Mai Tai in his hand, just chilling.
Yeah.
One
His
day.
beard looked pretty straggly the other day. I'm like, this guy is just straight builder mode. He's locked
Oh
in.
yeah, that's the best though.
No, we do think though that you know, there's going to be another AI season. We're going to run it back definitely, and I think it's very interesting because it just makes sense, right? I mean, we do think that AI kind of decouples crypto for sure, and we're here for it, right?
Yeah, and I think big picture, yeah, like 3-5 years from now, like it's going to be so unrecognizable, the space and like what is possible for agents. Even every week, right? There's a new development. So us just being here, positioning ourselves, building the necessary infra to be able to like tackle different business cases and pivot when we need to, right? Because like all good businesses pivot when they need to. And yeah, in like 3-5 years, when agents like are outnumber humans, right? Then like we'll be positioned.
And I have the site I want to pull up in a second, but I just got to walk it back to something Kitchen mentioned earlier on your fundraise. You guys mentioned you are, doing a fundraise or seeking funding, whatever it might be. Maybe talk me through some more details on that. Is that liquid funds? Is this traditional VC? Because I guess I'm kind of curious to hear how you go from this point to, okay, we have a really great model out. Let's now start going to talk to enterprises, get some enterprise contracts, start talking to customers, and really get people paying for these networks. So I want to understand how we go from point A right now to paying customers, enterprise contracts. Does that start with funding? Maybe talk me through that whole thought process.
Yeah, so there's a few things I can't get into, but what I can get into is
Sure.
I think it helps to look at this perspective too. When we were starting the plot, kind of with like when Google started with search, right? When we started on the perspective of a product, we realized that we move very fast. We're gonna have to build and match that speed, right? We need to build the whole stack, build all of it. So we started seeing that, okay, we're more of a lab at this point. We're working with swarms, we're working with personal agents, we're having them, create data sets for us. What else do we need to build? And that conversation obviously comes with money, right? With funding. We haven't talked. We've been having a good couple of meetings down in SF with some people who are interested in positioning themselves for the emergence of the agent economy, and it only makes sense to want to be a part of that. And yeah.
Got you. I guess maybe more to elaborate on further on just like the steps from current product to, okay, we have enterprise contracts coming in. Does that mean going and hiring BD? Is that based medical going to his, I guess Rolodex of people history that he has in the past and reaching out to them and, talking to them about Nook and getting them to be, enterprise clients. I guess I'm just curious who's doing some of that BD legwork and how do you go from concept to paying customer?
Yeah, no, so we did hire a BD guy specifically kind of for this role. And like the process really is like how best can we make the product while also having a customer who is a hyper user, right? Like a power user. So really like the optimal thing is us to just like we already have a couple like soft enterprise customers who use our product and like, once we have it fully fleshed out, we can charge them. But like listening to that feedback, like at an ongoing rolling basis, what exactly are their pain points, right? Because introducing an agent into a human workflow, like there's so many things that we could tackle, but it's like what exactly is their task in their role for their organization, and how can we best emphasize that such that they want to pay for this product, and other people in other roles in other companies would also pay for that. So it's yeah, you know what I mean. It's it's a UX design process. Like we're making the product better with the feedback of the customers that we're getting, and like eventually, like I still have yet to see someone who has done our specific type of enhancement. I'm not going to say what it is because I don't really care for other people stealing our concepts yet.
You're not into that?
Yeah, as much as I love doing that in March and telling everyone how inference marketplaces are the next big thing, I really appreciated how no one reached out to me.
Nice.
No, I mean, I'm joking. There's a few people who reached out to me, like the pod, the fucking the pod guys
Squire?
reached out to me. Yeah, the dolphin.
Dolphin AI. We had
Luke.
them on actually, Luke there a couple of weeks ago.
They're doing some cool stuff with the peer-to-pool model.
Yeah, no, they did reach out to me, so I do appreciate that. like a couple months ago, you know. But
what's the nature of a collaboration like that? Like, would you guys work together on something, or were they just saying, "Hey, like your research," kind of thing?
so I mean, we're open source, so like what collaborations and integrations make sense to me when there's, you know, a positive benefit on each sides, and when there's a good founder relationship. Like I talked to RG from Repo, and he was like the kindest dude, and like you know, we were like yeah, we were gassing each other up, and he was just like such an awesome guy. And I like especially appreciated that after I heard other people say like, oh yeah, he's really picky about like who he partners with, because you know, PMF placement and all. And so then I encounter other founders, and they're just like absolute dicks to me. I'm like, aren't we all open source? So it's just really funny to me, you know. And I'm not going to name names, but like the Dolphin guys were not one of those.
Yeah. Luke's cool.
Yeah, no, and like same with the Botcoin dev, super chill guy. But yeah, there are other devs in the space who are like, I'm like, you know, the pie can get bigger, and we can own a smaller portion of it, and we'd be better off at the end if you owned a large portion of a small pie.
Sure. Yeah.
And it's important to add that what we're building for is it's not for humans too. We're building for a market to sell to agents, right? And I mean, we got to make sure we keep that in mind.
It's both. Like, we love to say that we're building for agents because they're the easiest customers to get feedback from. But like at the end of the day, humans aren't going away, and the human input, like the, you know, RLHF, reinforcement learning via human feedback, that's always going to be such a crucial aspect of how AI improves over time, is humans actually being a part of that interaction with agents operating. But yeah, no, it's just a bit of nuance. Like we're building for agents, but also humans.
That's what I keep seeing. It seems like there's like a good bit of nuance here, because on one side it's like, okay, you have this enterprise clientele that you want to talk to, then also like individual agents, and it's like super split in that sense. So I guess based on the people that are testing out your platform, giving you feedback, you know, what is that feedback looking like? What's that general prototype fit? Are you seeing an emergence of a specific use case, like, hey, this type of company with this specific use case is going to be a really good customer for us? And again, you don't need to divulge all your secrets here, but how's that feedback going in general? And like, are you seeing that very specific use case pop up time and time again?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Because it's like, you know, we're basically redefining every human role in each company, right? And so it's like, yeah, a developer, a coder is going to use some harness like Cloud Code or Hermes or whatever to be able to get their work done. Likewise, you know, another role, right? Marketing, sales, BD, all these people are going to need their equivalent type of agentic workflows, right? And be able to best assist them. So it's like our process is like going in, seeing what exactly their pain points are, seeing their current solutions, and also, you know, seeing that like no one else is giving them the time to, like, for these small teams, like 3 to 4 people, when you have one person running like with 10 hats and has, you know, all these touch points that they need to consider, how can we best like improve their workflow such that, you know, they get better productivity at the end of it. So yeah, I mean, just like, and you know, these roles aren't like rare. Like every company has a sales guy, every company has a marketing guy, and so it's like what their tasks are and goals are, we can abstract them into these agent workflows.
Interesting. Okay, I got this site pulled up. Should be good now. I'm all logged in. You want to walk me through a bit of maybe what you were thinking here, and I guess what this is going to look like, all that good stuff?
Yeah. This is the passport page. Who made it? Or this is the Forge on Rooker Kitchen. Do you guys?
Yeah, this is basically like the hub for your agent. So if I think you're connected with your own wallet, so you can't really see like what your agent is doing. But when you create your own agent and plug it to Nookplot, you can basically see like what your agent has been doing on the Nookplot network. So for the action breakdown, it could be doing like mining tasks, verifying other agents' work, doing social stuff like talking to other agents and commenting on their posts. And there's like the contribution breakdown is basically like the tasks that they've been doing. Is it like coding tasks? Is it like collaboration tasks with other agents, or like mainly on a social stuff? And these all build towards the reputation of your agent, and you can basically see like what skills has they earned, what areas of focus has they earned in expertise, and basically how they've grown during the time on the plot. And it all flows back to their identity, and it's all saved and proven on chain. And this is the Forge teaser, which will be released this week. It's like a quick demo on how it works. This is the native web chat. You can basically talk to your Forge agent on a website, and you can tell them to like do all of the NodePlot native tasks like mining, verifying, collaboration, building project as well. This is like some of the presets that we have when you forge an agent. You can select like existing knowledge artifacts on NodePlot. And I think something cool about this is that whatever agent has contributed to NodePlot on the knowledge, it will be used for creating the next generation of agents. And this is what makes the network powerful, is that over time, the network is going to get more smarter and more efficient in terms of working, and everything is going to snowball over time, and all the knowledge will compound, and it will create a better, smarter agents over time through NodePlot.
So this is interesting. As someone who's non-technical, if I wanted to spin up an agent and have it start contributing to the Nook ecosystem, is there going to be a way for me to do that directly through here, where I can just buy compute, for example, specify some of these, preset stuff, and then just let it go to town? Or is this something, I have to be technical, I have to have my own, node set up, I have to have my own computer, my own GPUs, and like have this whole farm situation to kind of get this thing running? What does that look like?
Yeah, that's exactly the reason why we're releasing Forge, is that we're going to provide like a super user-friendly experience for like non-technical people. Like they can like do everything through our website. They can either talk to their agent through our website, or they can like install like a one-click command to their terminal and run their agent locally. And we provide a couple of inference options. We can use our native inference for free, or they can bring their own LLM key, such as like Anthropic or like Gemini or whatever LLM they want to use.
Yeah. It's the whole point is made to basically just you go to the web chat, and it's as easy as ChatGPT, but now it's on chain, right? And it can do all these provenance tasks that if you want to do parallel research or data set contributions, it'll do that, put it on chain, and you get rewarded for it any other time an agent uses that knowledge. And we already have the inference aggregator right across all these inference marketplaces that have been popping up over the last couple months. So you can choose any frontier model. You can choose the Fusion model for like by task, or by reply. Is there not the setup that we could show them?
There was the video which I was playing earlier, but
yeah, I thought there was. We might have changed the.
Well, I think you have to use the link in the private chat instead.
Oh, just type that into the URL. That we won't say what it is.
Yeah.
the one you sent in the StreamYard private chat.
Yeah, the recent one.
Okay.
Definitely.
This one right here.
Yeah, and then start forging is the button.
Oh.
Yeah. Then you can see all the. So these are all presets. Like you can see with the auditor.
That's so cool.
Like the auditor, you see that little checkmark proven, plus the differential. Like that is actually knowledge from that another agent made to make this auditor better, right? So it's like this is proving the network works.
Oh, okay.
Right, and that was another key part of it, is that agents were proving or verifying the work of other agents, right? And that's what that data point is.
Yeah, because then that was actually run through a benchmark test, for an auditing type of benchmark, and it did perform better than just a generalist.
Got it.
Got you.
And like, I guess you guys had mentioned this kind of self-learning ecosystem. I mean, the alternative to this is everyone has their own agents in their own kind of little silo on their own Mac Mini. But what your approach is that we're just going to allow these agents to live in the city, and they'll all learn from each other in real time. And the idea is that compounds over time and makes them more efficient, effective, and powerful.
Yeah,
That's the big play here.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. It's an idle compute network that you can tap into. Everybody can tap into. You can tap into everybody's agent. What I said last March, I was like, no one is focusing. Everyone's focusing on private orchestration. No one's focusing on the public orchestration. What I found, people have started using the words now. Systems. So if a user is a principal, that's just a single principal with their multi-agent system that they have locally, right? That they're orchestrating. But what we're making is a multi-principal, multi-agent system. So many users coming together to put all their agents together to then interact.
And I guess and we're asking a lot of questions, and I think the purpose of this is to try and unpack what this means. Maybe going to the Nook token, and we'll kind of end and wrap here because we're at an hour already. Again, fascinating conversation. I think every time I have you guys on, I'm like, geez, these guys are super smart. But back to the Nook token, can you just reinforce or reiterate what role the Nook token plays in this, and when people are buying the Nook token, what are they participating in?
Yeah. So the Nook token is your ticket out of the permanent underclass.
Financial advice.
That's a core theme on the show too, by the way, guys.
Yeah, I know. I figure it's such a running meme. I love it. But really though, if you look at how Claude shut off Fable and Mythos, at an instant, everyone doesn't have access to frontier intelligence. But if you have these persistent open source networks, and we're not the only one, but that's the idea, is that the Nook token propagates with this ethos of this open source access, this frontier knowledge. We have better benchmarks with this heterogeneous hardware and heterogeneous agent capabilities that perform better than these native vanilla agents. We can prove that, right? So the Nook token is basically the engine for all of that. You need the Nook token to stake to be able to actually mine and get more of the team, or more of the token from the mining. You need to be able to stake Nook to be able to access some of these extra tools and whatnot. So it's an incentive to use the system, right? Agents know that they need to have Nook to be able to operate in our network and do all these things.
Very cool, guys. Like Josh said, fascinating conversation. Leave us with this. Put the bow on the top here, the cherry on top, whatever you want to call it. What comes next? You guys are heads down. Obviously, we saw a lot of sneak peeks. We got some hidden alpha there that you guys kind of uncovered with who you're talking to and what you're doing. What's number one for you guys? Most important? What are you excited about next couple weeks here we should be expecting?
Yeah, we're going to get the Forge out soon. I mean, it's done. We're just going to hook up the last bit of social connections, and then we like the API marketplace where we basically squashed all our bugs and getting through the final UI review, and so that allows agents to build SaaS on Nookplot and then sell that as an API to other agents, right, or other businesses, right? And that's the next step is the wider angle of the enterprise adoption, is owning the whole stack, getting privacy for all these enterprises and on the network itself. And continue doing what we love, really.
I love it. And guys, we'll make sure we coordinate with a chill streaming day, which are usually Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. So we'll book it next time in NWF. There we go.
Yeah,
you got it, bro. You got it.
Yeah. That sounds good. Yeah.
Sweet. Guys, it was a pleasure. Looks like we lost Kitchen, but you let him know. We wish him our best. Base
appreciate you guys. Yeah.
Appreciate you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having us on. It was such a chill time as always.
Fun conversations. Again, I'll be racking my brain about this stuff for hours after. I'll probably watch back the stream. It's really interesting stuff. I mean, you specifically.
Dude, yeah. Hit me up with any questions, because I love talking about this, right? It's, for me, this is the game. I don't really care about money or fame too much. This is the stuff I was studying in college, and I'm really excited about,
Where did you go to college? Did you go to a specific university?
So it was the University of British Columbia in Vancouver.
UBC. Let's go.
Yeah, and they have a specific AI program that I was in.
Yes.
Wow, that's crazy.
Is it better than McEwen in Edmonton? Because McEwen University has that big AI influencer dude that talks about McEwen.
Yeah, I mean Waterloo is probably the next best one, because I think UBC is ranked second in Canada or something. Yeah, I don't know.
We have some very good AI programs up here. So
yeah, no, I mean, yeah, I honestly I want to go I want to try and like get back into the academia / industry, because like I do have my previous connections from the university, but I'm like, dang, now I really just want to go to Berkeley now and like fucking just shoot the shit with these guys.
I mean, you're really already doing it. You're publishing it. You're thinking through it. Now it's all like, if you want to get in academia, nothing would really change other than just like,
I wouldn't probably ever go to like a, if I ever go to the PhD program, they'd have to be paying for it, but like, but really just talking with these guys is all I want. Is like, I love having these conversations. I love chatting it, but yeah.
Well, hopefully our smooth brain conversation could suffice for you today. But again, pleasure.
Awesome no, likewise. It was good talking to you guys.
See you, boys.
Cheers.
See you, Rook.
All right. Dom, can we pull up the chart? Because actually, Nook is sitting at like a really interesting area here.
It is. I mean, you have that conversation and you think about, just think about the team and concept behind it. There's a story there. Again, we talk about this all the time in crypto. What are you doing? You're selling a story, you're selling a vision. Can this be sold to someone at a higher price? And of course, that's not all we want to make these conversations. They're very interesting things. But of course, like you look at this at 1.5 million market cap. It's done the full push up, hit about 9 million, fully retraced, as we've seen a lot of these charts do. It's not specific to Nook. Back to this kind of slightly above the first longer term accumulation, which happened for 45 days before we got this real explosive move. And now we're sitting about 200% above it. Right. So right in the area where making a nice base would make more sense. We see 45K volume relatively low. So I think sellers are just generally exhausted. So, this is not me doing technical analysis. This is me just, I guess it is, but like, I'm not going to draw lines on this, but generally you see we had a base here before the explosion. We've come and reset, forming another base on generally low volume as well. Yeah, I think it's an interesting spot for the story and the narrative they're selling. When you think about this, how big could it get? Yeah, like agents need this layer to communicate on. They need this coordination layer. And I think Nook has turned into something more than just a coordination layer. Again, it's kind of like become that AI lab where they're going to build these different solutions. They talked about the API market. They talked about adding inference to the site. There's just so much. I mean, it's an expansive thing. The best thing you can do, I think, is add Nook to a watch list, because right now it's hard to say where they're going to be in 3 to 6 months. Like he mentioned, how can you even have that far of an outlook? And it's a common theme we've come back to on the show with devs we've talked to in the past. It's like with AI acceleration, how fast businesses are moving today, you can't in your right mind make a 6 month plus prediction because things change so fast. So I think the best thing for Nook specifically is adding them to a watch list and just seeing what happens. How much is the network growing? They got 10,000 agents now. It's grown significantly since we had them on the first time. Can that network keep growing? Can the thesis be proven out? Can we get some of these enterprise clients that they're working with right now, just to test out the platform, get feedback? Can we get some of these guys to become paying customers? Okay, the thesis is starting to get proven out. Now we have paying customers. Can we now multiply this further? Is there a raise happening? Do other people validate this vision? So 1.5 million is pretty cheap. But
want to shout out Nums, Irium. Thank you for being on stream. Welcome to MCG. Ave. We'll get to that. Nook plot. If they can really scale coordination, this is the most undervalued token right now. I mean, yeah, I think like, okay, wait, what was it? Nums Internet for Agents got a ring to it. I think they, in my opinion, they're very academic focused. I think they got a really and the UX around Nook plot is great, by the way. I love the branding. I think the look looks really great, but just really honing down that core message. It's like, you can get into coordination layer and, research and all this stuff, but Internet for Agents, I think or network for agents, let's say, makes a really simple explanation. And just saying that network for agents with their own coding language, right? And the end result is that it's way more efficient. Agents are in this self-learning loop from each other to make sure that they are infinitely getting better. And like having that really punchy one line, like that's what we do, and really honing in on that, I think is really important. So I really like this one.
Do we get a top 5 interview from Josh today?
Not, everything's top five. I top 10 for sure.
There you go.
But we might look back at this and be like, oh yeah, that took off. Talking about enterprise, I mean, this is where I have a hard time bridging the gap between enterprise and just being a normal SaaS company and selling enterprise. Like enterprise sales is really difficult, and you got to really get those kind of champions in the organization that will use your software. And then once you do, they have to go through approvals and they have to evaluate, well, what's the cybersecurity? Like there's so much to selling into enterprise. And I know this because I've sold SaaS to enterprise. I've sold advertising to enterprise as well. Now, when it comes to this kind of thing, it's like, how do you bridge from we're an open source software project to now we're like packaging this and selling this enterprise and there's like a price for it or whatnot? Like that kind of to me is the next, like, I still haven't bridged that gap for these guys. And then, what does like Nook look like at that point? Like, what is the actual offering? So yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I think
that to me
it's
is a little unclear.
very much so validating this thesis from a financial standpoint. I think they validated it to some extent from a agent standpoint, right? 10,000 agents is good. Like they have early inklings of the network adoption. Financially, how can we, I guess, flip that switch? So
Yeah, and even the most rudimentary evidence of that would really hit it home. Did I see Squires coming back on? Well, of course, Ave, you know that MCG is the location for all the coolest projects. But yes, we are going to get Squire back on.
Yep. Great team, but I feel like the vision is too grandiose. I'd like to see something more specialized and really nail it down.
Yeah.
I mean, that's again, I think where a lot of the confusion comes in. It's, on one side they talk about, selling to agents. On the other side, they talk about selling to enterprises. On one side, they talk about agent coordination layer. On the other, they talk about, a privacy stack and an API marketplace. And so it's like, yes, it's difficult because as a team, you want to make sure everyone understands the full vision and they see, okay, we're not just tapping into this. We actually have do, and we're tapping into all these different things. And that's the full thesis of it. That's the full vision here. But you're right. It's like honing in on that one thought that gets people hooked and captured, because you can't attract someone into the ecosystem by throwing a bunch of things at them. You have to attract them into the ecosystem by hooking them with one thing. And once they get acquainted with the ecosystem, it's like, okay, wait a minute, this is more than I even initially imagined. I don't think it's so much pick a lane and be in that lane, because I do think they're like, again, in the right position for, creating this coordination layer for agents. And what comes from that, we have to like bring those solutions to market. But I think, yeah, picking that hooking point, and then when people get in the ecosystem, really getting the full vision for it. Because I think a lot of people come past Nook, and I'm sure the team's listening. This is maybe just my feedback. Come past Nook, and they can't fully get the grasp on it unless they sit down and have this full 1 hour conversation like we did to really understand everything. And most people aren't doing that. In the crypto bull market, maybe. But
and not a criticism, just more of like we want them to win, of course, too, as well. So yeah,
cool stuff.
And Fear from EZA looks interesting.
There are a few really cool ones from EZA. Okay, Josh, let's have this conversation. There are a few primitives I've been seeing that I think are really interesting. I think maybe could get some tweaking done to get executed better to be really, really interesting. But EZA is cool. EZA is cool. They need something else to make it sustainable. We saw, Josh, this virtual's 90-day commitment period where you launch a token, you have 90 days to commit to it. Now, where virtuals is flawed in this is it's 90 days commitment, and then, okay, you just commit to the token. It doesn't come with any legal bearings. It doesn't come with any it just comes with like some sort of verbal, click a button, verbal commitment. Token's going to stay. There's not going to be a refund. But again, nothing really comes with that. I think there's a nice middle ground where you mix a bit of Bedrock, maybe MetaDAO, whatever it is, some legal side with, okay, 90 days to find product market fit for the startup with EZA's idea markets. Mix these three things. And then maybe if you even want to get saucy with it, mix a fourth thing and mix the V4 hooks that Uniswap has and that Prism is using to make each individual token underlying liquidity. So that's what I think would be cool. I think EZA falls short in this sense. But yeah, let's check out some of the EZA stuff because it is doing really well. Again, just like lots of these founders are uneducated. They aren't fully aware of what the token.
Well, they're very highly educated in they're all like very smart university level.
Right. So then I guess I'll refine my wording there. They're founder education for crypto is very low, and it's not a them thing. We saw this with Believe, we saw this with Bags, we see this with every claim your fees bro situation. And so like that's where the disconnect is. And without some sort of legal bearing, lots of these guys fall to the wayside over time because they're like, wait a minute, I just don't need a token. Help the funding.
I think a lot of this is just positioning. So what I would do if I was EZA, similar to what you mentioned with virtuals, is make it very clear that these idea kind of sandbox, these tokens and idea situation, like we look for them to have a 6 month, 3 month, with virtuals is 2 month, whatever the number is, a 6 month kind of roadmap where they just build the idea. They just work on the idea and they work on it as whatever they want to work on. But by that 6 month point, they either need to renew that 6 month window or they need to convert it to a actual business, at which time they can maybe unlock follow-on grants or whatever to go do the bedrocks or whatever, right? So I think it's more of like EZA just formalizing the structure of what these idea tokens are, at what point it goes from an idea token to an actual company and to an actual business where there's an ownership structure, that kind of thing. I will call out this one, Clan World, because I remember this conversation with these guys. They were building very similar to what's gone viral with the Kins token or Kintara, which is this like, damn, what's that game? It's not World of Warcraft. It's
Farmsville.
Yeah, not Farmsville. It's the really nerdy version of it's like this open source, open world like economy game. Come on, guys, help me out in the chat. Help me out in the chat. What game is Kintara based on? Oh, Chill just spoke about it. Anyways, they were building a simpler one with the gold token kind of at the center of it. And this is actually doing really well. This is still like, guys, 130K market cap. So look, really small market cap here. Again, we don't want to be shilling these tiny market cap tokens because they're very high risk, very crowded sometimes trade. But I think there's something here to keep an eye on. That token went from 60 to 130, likely on the Kintara piece.
Context is what's important here. Anything GameFi right now is running hard. RuneScape's, I think, the word you were maybe looking for, Josh.
RuneScape, yeah. Well, thanks, Tom Fumbler. There's this CapEx protocol, is a decentralized physical infrastructure network established a liquidity capacity exchange for raw bare metal GPU compute and distributed underutilized AI inference layers, so aka a data center protocol, built on Solana. CapEx pairs the most, okay, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I'm just trying to see. So this is like compute marketplace kind of thing.
Is this the Infrera that was mentioned?
No, I'm trying to find, oh, this is Infrera, probably here. The names are cut off. Okay, doing the project, doing the video thing. I like that.
Let's check the video. Let's watch the video.
Let's see. All right, let's do that. I don't hear any volume.
It's all good. If not, a compute is a market. Nobody built the exchange. Yeah, compute market. 5 skills, 1 market.
Is that SKUs or skills? Oh, SKUs. Okay.
SKUs, 5 SKUs. Live order book, real price discovery. Now that's interesting. The live order book's a nice feature. I think that should be in these.
And the SKU thing is a SKU in supply chain terms, talks about a specific product. So in this case, it might be a specific compute type, let's say.
Provides.
Okay, let's pause here because I just provides monetize idle GPUs, builders buy compute at market rate, holders earn from every trade. Okay. I mean, I've seen so many people working on this.
Yeah, it's tough.
But, 129. Let's check out the who this dude is.
It's not novel anymore.
Okay. Okay, Constantine Coscarvo. Okay.
Not too much.
Art director. If this is what I would say is that you want someone who's building this stuff to not be an art director, in my opinion. You definitely not gonna say that that's a negative, but if he was like some data scientist specialist or something like that, worked at some big company, I'd be like, oh, interesting.
Yeah, I guess, and like to elaborate on that further, it's like because the concept is not novel, right? There's a lot of people doing it. You have to have something that really sets you apart outside of just the product offering, right? So whether that's like how do you bring this to market meaningfully? Are you someone that's had multiple exits in the past? Are you someone that's been in AI forever? I think that's kind of maybe a little
Yeah, or
bit
you
of
need
why.
skill set that makes it specific to you, right?
Yeah, Josh just got that guy fired for sure. No, but okay. Let's talk about you want to do any more EZA stuff or
No, I think monitor, always monitor. The game one guys, though, those guys seem like they know what they're doing, but go check to see if they're actively building and when the game's being released. So
well, so here's Clans World. I got their Twitter up and it is actively building, which is actually a really nice sign. Again, I'm not sure, does the token have a lot of meaningful utility? Josh, you had this conversation.
yes, so the token actually is integrated into the buying and selling of commodities. Now, the commodities were tokens that were issued on base, and then the gold token issued via EZA free launch or whatever, fair launch, as a Solana token.
Is there any gameplay of the game? I would love to see what the game looks like. Does the game look fun? I think that's like another big thing with these. Like, game's got to be fun.
Oh, and there's a whole agent angle where like the agents are playing the game or something like that for you. I don't know how bullish I'm on those type of games, but yeah.
Well, I would love to see what the gameplay looks like, but you know,
yeah.
whatever.
I can't remember. I did see a trailer. They did demo a version of it. It looked all right, but I will say the Kintara one actually looks pretty good.
Yeah, there's a few that look really good. There's Kintaro, there's Frags. I know that one, which people are liking. Let's pull up a chart there.
Yeah.
Again, all of this is running off the back of like, do we get a play to earn season that Kintara is leading? You know, if so, everything else is kind of running off of that. Of course, games are starting to spin up out of the blue that have been in development for years, apparently, and now they're just coming out. Again, it's a great time to launch a play to earn game, I think, off this hype, because there's been no hype for it in the last couple of years. But this is one. It's kind of like a CSGO COD style game. I mean, I'll pull up their website so you guys can see. But just to make you guys aware, I don't actually have a position in any of this gaming stuff, to be honest. But I want to make sure you guys have all the information.
We also gotta assume that all of this is vibe coded.
Yes. Well, and so like that's actually kind of the beauty of these things. With AI becoming so powerful, and I put out a tweet about this. I'll actually pull it up, I think.
Can you just mute the game so you can here, I'm just gonna mute it. Sorry, go ahead, Dom. The audio was loud.
Why does it do that? Because I have the site muted. It's so weird. I have the site muted on my end, but for some reason it's coming through or it came through. Good. How do you mute it over here? You just
I just muted your yeah.
Okay. Here, guys. So let me pull up this because I put out this tweet earlier. And of course, guys, if there are any good gaming projects you want to come on MCG, have them comment over here because we'll try to get them on. So with that being said, I put out this tweet on MCG. There's never been a better time than now for P2E to explode. With the rapid advancement of AI and the innovations around RWAs and tokenomics, indie game devs get a real shot at creating something special. Who's doing this? That should come on MCG. Right? That was very, very brief. I just want to make it so people kind of like commented. But to elaborate further, I want to give you my thesis. With AI enabling game building at such a rapid pace, I can foresee a wave of indie game devs creating a lifelong passion projects and using a token to bootstrap distribution and fuel in-game economies. The strategy has worked in the past at the highest level. Take Axie Infinity in 2021 and 2022 when we had the mania for the Axie Infinity situation. Gaming and crypto have always felt like the most obvious fit. And truthfully, once we have the case of a thriving in-game token economy, the road for a real-world token-based economy will be pretty clear. There are countless great ideas that are only now possible because of AI. Once we see one become a smash hit, the model has been proven and validated, we will see an entire generation of builders become inspired to replicate the magic. The question is, who will do it first? And is this time any different? Again, so not a crazy take here, but I think ultimately it comes back to play to earn. I think in general, if you're in crypto, you've seen P2E and you've been like, man, this is a really cool concept. We have an in-game economy fueled by a token, helping bootstrap distribution. Right now, I have a reason for people to actually play my game. They can earn real world currency, redeemable for money, swap it for real cash. Like, it's a nice thought. It's never worked.
It's never worked because game development is expensive. It used to be very expensive. Like I ran a studio. I know to make even a simple Roblox game, if you're doing it for, let's say, a real corporate like build, it's going to cost hundreds of thousands of dollars in terms of developers, people's salaries, all this kind of stuff. Takes 6 months. So, you're getting 200. So you got to raise that 200K. Or you dilute your token holders. And then to get on top of that, you have to get incentives for people to play the game. I think, but this was all before Pump Fund. This is the big thing with Pump Fund now, is that you create the token, and the token going from 50K market cap to $5 million is enough of an incentive for people to go and like play things early and go experiment and see what's working. But on top of that, there's no kind of quote unquote emissions of tokens just overcoming the buy demand.
So there are a few things. Tokenomics have changed, right? People have realized this. Emissions of tokens does not work because you just emit your tokens to nothing. You dilute them. Makes complete sense. So the emitting tokens doesn't really work, at least if you're emitting too many tokens. The ease and cost to create a game is much different now. Like you said, Josh, it used to cost hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars to create a AAA game. Even indie game devs, it would take years to build these games. It took a long time getting everything right, making sure there's no bugs and glitches. With AI, you really speed up that process.
Yeah.
So we're in this state now where there's a lot of developers, and maybe we still need a little bit of time to get there, but we're generally in this area where a decent coder who has a good game idea can build it with AI pretty easily and cheaply, which we didn't have before. And I think it continues to get even more easy. So we see these gamers, you see these developers who've had these lifelong visions and ideas for games that they want to play that they can now actually whip up. And what's beautiful about this is you don't need a lot of money to do it, but also you can get people playing your game and quickly, because if you attach a token to it and people can start earning a token, they're making real money from it. Well, you got a lot of people quickly flooding to your game just for the financial upside of it. If you stack
and it's not even just the assets and the coding of it. It's like it used to be expensive just to balance the tokenomics of those P2E games. And now that you have AI, you can actually dial in the balance of these things, I think, really easy. Whereas before, if you had any value leak, or like quants would come in and just like suck all the value out because they understood the game better than everyone else, and just made it unplayable. So maybe with AI now, is like asset creation is faster, the coding is faster, the marketing assets are faster, the tokenomics and like economy balancing are more dialed in and faster. So maybe it works now. Like, this could be the thing, is maybe
also just like the big bootstrapping point. I mean, Cantera, as an example, has tens of thousands of players earning tens of thousands of dollars a day. $23,000 yesterday. I think $50,000 I saw the day before is how much was, players earn from the game. That's a really that's a quick way to bootstrap a game
on a fair launch token. That's amazing.
It's amazing. It's amazing. And so the financial aspect, you have two sides to it. Again, you can now create whatever your heart desires pretty quickly, relatively cheap. And now you can bootstrap and get a ton of players from day one because you add a financial aspect to it. Well, you've created, if the game's good now, you have a game with a user base, and you have a game that's fun, and you have cash flowing in from trading fees from all this. Like,
let's pull some charts up. So let's look at Kins, and then what other ones, guys? Do you guys have any other play to earn games that we should be looking at here?
Because we definitely want to keep this on the radar. And so the question is, firstly, one of them's got to win in a big way. Is it better to chase the beta, or is it better to chase the main runner? I think, probably almost always the main runner. But because it's P2E and we haven't seen something break out like this in so long, it's very unlikely you catch the main runner.
A major studio launching an in-game token always was the thought. this was always the thought, but I actually disagree with
GTA.
this. Like on Roblox, what made some of those developers big is it's like you had these 3, 16-year-old kids who made Battle Blocks, which is like basically like Battlefield 3, but in Roblox, and end up generating $30 million in revenue. Right. And that's what said the major studios were like, oh shit, it's actually these small teams building on platforms like Roblox that made it. So that's what I think this is. This, if you go look at the top 3, and Jonah Blake, our homie at Jonah Blake had this post, said, look, I faded this version of GameFi because I've been burned so bad by these stupid Web3 games. But he said the top 3 games on Steam, 2 of them are big studio games, but one of them is literally like an MMORPG you play in your banner on while you're streaming. Like it's really simple, kind of one of these like, these community-led initiatives.
Remember, we had the Bit Studios guys on here talking about that. What's their token?
Oh man, I can't even remember. It was on Soar, right?
Yeah.
Let me. Yeah.
Let's find their token, because they were building something just like that. It was a banner game you play on your web browser, but they were like an indie gaming studio, I believe. So interesting to see maybe what their token looks like. And again, that had equity ties to it.
What was it? Bit Studio. Here we.
Let me know if you find the ticker.
I'm actually. Yeah, it's probably way too chill on stream, but
oh yeah,
we already had them on, so I'm just trying to remember what it is.
Yeah, probably too low anyway, but you're right, Josh, that's exactly what they were building. So I mean, people like their indie games, man. I know a lot of my friends that are gamers that love to play, like, what was that one game where you get a friend and you try to climb a mountain as high as possible, but you're chained together? Like that was a huge one recently. Huge one.
And that's like built an Unreal Engine with like just whatever.
Blocks.
Yeah.
I mean, and then there's these other ones where I knew there was one where you could like sell drugs or something recently that was really popular. Like there's a lot of these indie games that are not difficult to make that people love because they're fun. You don't need the best graphics in the world.
No.
But even with AI, you really can make good graphics. I've saw
Kintara. Sorry, finish your thought here.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen some of these games that are AI created, and they're building beautiful world games, open world, beautiful scenery. Like it, it's no longer where if you're vibe coded or if it's AI, it's going to be terrible slop looking games. Like they look good.
Yeah.
But go ahead, Josh.
And I actually think like Kintara here to me, potentially could go to 20, right? Could go to 30. So you got to keep an eye on these things because, games and studios were raising in the tens of millions of dollars back in the last GameFi run, right? So, could go to 0. That you're absolutely right, Crypto Jones. That's the double-edged sword. Is these things have crazy upside. I think, like Chill mentioned yesterday, this is a new narrative, and so while Kintara might not be the one, there could be others that are newly launched that are better opportunities at lower market caps.
Yeah, it's a really tough one to trade. It is because, like Jonah said, like we all know, we've been burned by GameFi, by P2E so many times, because these games just aren't fun, bad token emissions, people just stop playing. And this is a natural life cycle of games. Some games only last for 3 months. Some games last for a year. Rarely do games ever eclipse, 5-10 years of popularity. You got GTA 5, you have CSGO, you have, I mean, like there's a handful. There's really a small handful. And I think that's kind of changing to where these games become ever evolving games, which I think is a little different from gaming we've seen in the past, right? Like the Fortnites that just keep making updates. Or maybe if there is a new game, like all economics kind of transfer over to the new game. I think that's something blockchain enables. So, I don't know. But Kintara is definitely the leader right now. And if we do have a GameFi season, this will likely continue to lead and you don't want to miss it. So it's very difficult to trade because you could easily top last year and it goes from, 12 million where we're at right now to literally zero. Or, maybe it doesn't do an Axie Infinity style run, but people keep earning money from it. People actually enjoy the game because it's maybe fun. And it blasts off to 20, 30, 40, 50 million. It is tough to say. Very tough to say.
I'm
If
just
you get a
trying
real
to
good entry.
find. Yeah, I'm just trying to find other similar to Kins, other different.
I mean, so there's this one I've been seeing, Frags, which is like a, CS:GO style game where I guess if you shoot somebody or you kill someone, you can get whatever's in their wallet. Not sure all the details on it, but here, let me look at Kins real quick. Just do a quick analysis TA if there's anything here, and then I'll jump to Frag. Okay. Obviously, this blew up incredibly, probably due for some sort of pullback. It went to 20. It's at 12 now, so it's actually still got a big, back to all-time highs is 58%. Man, it's tough to say because something like this that's a leader will not give you a full pullback until it's maybe dead. So, do you want to bid here for another, 100% to the upside? I don't know. If it dips much more, maybe it just never comes back is the issue. Tough for me to say. I don't think I have a good read on this to be honest with you guys.
I think look, you got to play the game. If you enjoy it and the tokenomics make sense, then
that's what it comes down to.
You buy it. But if you haven't played the game, then you're completely speculating. And I'm not playing it. Sorry. I just don't got no time.
Yeah.
Let's look at this one.
Here's Frag. And by the way, I got you, RJ. You're right. Hermes World and Cloudcraft. I think Hermes World is one of the ones that has like a pretty nice world I've seen. Okay. So Frag, yeah, again, Call of Duty style, Counter-Strike style game that you play. I did hear the dev of this one had a game before this that didn't work out. So pseudo rugged, if you want to, not pseudo rugged, but like kind of rugged, if you want to call it that. Or I've also heard this is maybe the continuation of that game. Not entirely sure. So just keep that in the back of your head. But 888K, holding in this range nicely. If you would have thrown a DLM on that, Josh, probably be looking pretty good.
Yeah, it would have
been out for only 2 days, so just very new, which of course comes with a lot of risks in and of itself. Outside of that, I do think this range, generally if you keep sticking in this range, probably a pretty decent bid if this GameFi meta continues. So I don't know. You're not early at this point, and you don't want to chase betas around, but
no, but from a delimbing standpoint, the key to delimbing is you need to buy delim tokens that have a chance of coming back. If they just fall out of your range, you're going to lose. The problem with meme coins is you get the volume, but they fall out of your range too often. So that's why I like the MetaDAO token. Like when Zinc came out, it was brand new, but I knew it was a MetaDAO project. I was like, okay, look, this isn't obviously a PvP rug like a meme coin is. Same thing with these game tokens. There will get to that area of crime with these, but if this meta goes on for a while, and there's real utility for the token in the game, like Kins has, then it might range rather than just drop out of your range and go to zero like a typical PvP meme coin situation.
Yeah, let's check out Hermes World.
Yeah, let's do that.
I did see this one. Both Hermes World and the Claude one are two that are on my radar as well. Again,
and Tiny World too.
Got you. 212% in 24 hours. Yeah, like
Damn.
These are all off some pumps. They all look like this. So you got to be careful here. Really, the play is, with all these popping off, pretty much people are just going down the list of GameFi that hasn't popped off, and they're all just repricing 100, 200%. That's where you want to position right now. It's just a quick trade up. Right. So that's what I was doing earlier this morning, looking through a bunch of different gaming projects, trying to find the ones that are just at 200, 300, 400K and just riding them quickly up to one.
And this is a great chart to delim these really big price discovery ones, because what you do is you soul side only and you do bid ask. So you're layering in your liquidity more and more as the price comes down. And then ideally is you just want it to kind of range and go in and out of that range. So I might probably provide liquidity on this one. Thank you for pulling up.
There you go. Hermes World. Let me pull up their Twitter as well, though, so I can give you guys an idea of what the game looks like. It's kind of the caveat of all this stuff.
The graphics and gameplay on Hermes World look better than anything I've seen in this meta. Okay, noted.
Yeah, that's wow.
Well, this looks lit. All right.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. for I don't know if this is AI vibe code, like whatever, but it does. It looks good. Now that's a floating castle right there.
Yeah,
like,
that's a floating castle for sure. It made it into the demo though, you know.
yeah, right. Yeah, I mean, world looks decent.
But you know what? There are some of these games on Steam that are very much just like developer is like building as they go kind of thing. They're not fully baked, but because the token trades and earns fees, it gives an incentive to build stuff.
Josh said it though. It all comes down, look, Dev said, can't sleep. We have too many maps in development, right?
Yeah.
I mean, look at these.
I think they're building as they go. And again, all AI assisted now. I don't hate this meta. Because what I saw on Roblox, I was there for the rise of these Roblox devs really crushing it. And again, it was just, for every 5 that look like this, you'll get 1 that looks like Kintara that's an absolute hit. And you catch it at 300K because you're paying attention and it runs to 10 mil. That's totally possible. Whereas a meme coin, it's like you're PvPing everyone all the way up, and there's like no sense of utility. Everyone's just waiting to sell on each other.
Yeah. So, okay, there's Hermes World. Again, Josh nailed it. Just play the games. Give them a quick test. Is it fun? Is it cool? Do the tokenomics make sense? It's a pretty basic approach. Smooth brains can really easily do this. Does it have players growing on it? Even if it doesn't, though, like generally, is the game just fun? Does it look good? Does it feel good? Are tokenomics not terrible? And you
Go
might
to try and talk to other players in the Discord. Why do they like it?
Yeah. Let's see what else. Tiny World here. Let's do Cloudcraft.
And funny enough, Tiny World, I think, was that guy on Bags that we've interviewed. I don't know if you were on that or it was Chill, but what was his name? Sorry. We'll do Tiny Worlds in a minute.
Oh wow, look at this. Am I doing this right? Am I an idiot or no? Oh yeah, definitely not that one.
Yeah, that looks like jail.fun.
Right.
Oh.
World of Cloudcraft. Here it is. Yes, this is it. So again, relatively recent launch. Launched back in June 12th. So not too long ago. Let's check the Twitter. But chart, again, same thing. Had this quick little pump up. Everyone's kind of looking for GameFi season, P2E season. You come back down this range again. You're starting looking at an interesting zone to start accumulating in if the other boxes get checked off. World of Cloudcraft. Let's see. I've reached out to both Hermes World and World of Cloudcraft, by the way, guys, for the record.
Yo, that is awesome. Let's start. I'm building a list right now. I'm going to tweet it out on MCG Alpha. And guys, we are working on a product where we'll be able to like build these lists and make this easier to find.
Okay, so this is the game here.
Help me out, Dom. So we had Hermes World.
World of Cloudcraft.
Okay.
Which is an open source MMO built with Fable 5. Again, like built with Fable 5, which hasn't been out very long. Dude, we're going to have some sick games coming from this. That's what I'm saying. You have a good idea. You have some sort of innovation around tokenomics, and you can make a really fun game in a week.
I know it is. Like, I'm a SimCity guy, so like something SimCity would be sick. And
I mean, there's a lot of different ideas. And it really is a good way to test out a thesis for a cryptocurrency, because an in-game economy is going to function just like a real world economy to an extent.
Dude, they're all extraction. Assume all these are extraction coins until proven not. Let's just say that.
Oh, I mean, look, you're definitely going to get these cases where someone bundles a bunch of supply, builds what in theory is a really cool game with Fable 5 in 2 days, and launches it. Yeah. So unless the dev's going to come on here with his face and give us his background, his how he's been thinking about this game for 3 years, and you can see him writing about it in Reddit or whatever, looking for the game. Like, assume it's it's an extraction. But let's see. Yeah, MMO, it already has the basic MMO loop, quests, trading rewards, duels, live multiplayer, etc. You can run around, interact with players, and actually test the world. Look, if we sustain, yeah, bro, I just want to see a good game come out of this. Is it polished? No, it stutters, controls feels rough. Some parts feel like tech demo. That's the thing. A lot of these aren't going to be perfect. We're a little early for that. 3 months, we might be in a better place where someone actually starts thinking about the game now and has something really nice done in 3 months. But it's going to be people that have been thinking about games for a while, maybe even building something using AI to polish it. What else do we have here?
This is another thing, RJ. Look out for this, because the A16Z has Speedrun, which is like basically a gaming investment arm. So keep an eye on what they're talking about in terms of these. So good to know.
World of Warcraft style multiplayer using Claude Fable 5, and people are shocked. Yeah, I wonder how many people are using it.
I'm SimCity 3000, Crypto Jones. SimCity 3000 was the best on Windows XP, for those that remember. I don't think Dom was even born then.
Not, I mean, I know what SimCity is, and a fun game I've actually played.
Yeah,
before,
but you don't know what
newer
Windows
versions.
XP was the best.
Yeah, I mean, this looks like, again, this game looks good. It looks pretty good. Yeah, I'm sure it's not completely smooth, but
I mean, yeah, you're buying. What about Tiny World? Did you check that one out?
yeah, let's give it a look. But
and then we'll talk about
Abe.
We'll talk about the MetaDAO tokens. I want to talk about the Zinc thing because it's been an
Oh, yeah.
interesting drama.
Oh, I should have put that in the caption today.
Yeah.
Here's Tiny World. These things are all hovering around the same price, right? That 800K range. 800 to a milli. But this one is a nice, more meteoric rise. I'll give it that.
Yeah.
It's on Pump Fun, which I would say is actually a positive in this case, considering Katera is on Pump Fun as well, was highlighted by a Spotlight account. Minecraft is the OG. Okay, so let's see. What is Tiny World? Tiny World Builder. Let's check out their Twitter. And shout out my boy RJ for sharing all this.
Yeah, well, Canadians have the about Roman. Is this CPT Roman? Oh, it is. It is. Look at that new Impulsor logo. Look at, I don't know if that's official corporate documentation, but that's it.
Looks like Illuminati.
GM of Augustin.
Woodcheck frag for a banger FPS. Yeah, I just pulled that up a little earlier. I didn't get to play it though. I was queuing for a match. It took too long. But I'll pull up frag in their Twitter account here in a second. Tiny World, let's see. Jason. Wait, do we have Jason on?
Yes, we did.
What was he working on?
He was on Bags app and he was doing let's see, is it in there? No, I don't know. I can't remember his thing on.
Okay.
Bag.
Well, nonetheless, Jason has built stuff in the past. I wonder what happened to that. The Tiny World lobby cam, is Jason the founder? By Jason. Okay, I'm not sure if that's bullish or bearish, but okay, building Tiny World. Come on, what else? This looks kind of cool. Yeah, I need to know more about this. I would like to see some gameplay. This one looks very early stages compared to the other ones. The other ones are early stages too. I get that, but okay, so you can build these worlds, it looks like. Maybe it's like a metaverse game where you can build these different worlds, buy plots. Oh, here we go. Here's gameplay. This terrain is really something. The fish is biting today. I'll check. Okay, so you have all these different worlds that you can do stuff in. Yeah, I mean, interesting concept. I need to look into it more, which, I mean, we're not doing deep dives today, but Dream big, build small, create beautiful worlds, and explore, play, trade, share. Yeah, it's an interesting concept, kind of metaverse-esque concept.
Yeah, and the dev, so the lore from his Bags app days, he was on the claims fee, bro, and they hounded the guy. And he like lost a job offer over it. It was actually pretty
Yes.
brutal. And but he knows what he's doing. Like he understands, he shits really fast. He understands AI super well. And he understands crypto now because of that background.
Now, did he launch this token, or did he I'm assuming he launched this one himself then after his experience with the last one. Interesting.
Yeah, I would think so.
Okay, Frag here. Let me pull up Frag for y'all. Frag.fun. So I think, yeah, it's a very, very CSGO style.
Yeah, my studio built something called Pixel Blaster that was similar to this, but we never shipped it.
I've seen a lot of games that look just like this.
Yeah, this is like, thing is, the token just makes it interesting beyond like the actual like gameplay itself.
Really, you can have the exact same game. We've seen this 100 times, but you have a token element, you automatically bootstrap distribution. I'm telling you, if you can make it to where games are pretty easy to build, and you have actual good ideas coming to market and then bootstrapping with a token, we're going to see some really successful games with this. And like pair that with actually good tokenomics to where the game has an in-game currency, in-game economy. There are fees that somehow are driving back to the token.
Yeah.
Okay, chef's kiss. Now we have indie devs that actually have great ideas, fun games, getting attention, making money. It's a good concept. It really is. I want to see it happen.
Dude, SimCity 3000 was the best. Super Nintendo was great, but man, SimCity 3000 was elite. The collectible marketplace and tokenomics with Frag are cool. Interesting. Oh, yo, Roller Coaster Tycoon, RJ, that's another one. Oh man. The Sims too, like, you know, you could like I'll give you guys a funny story. My brother, I was once home from school sick, and my brother had like a wife and family in The Sims. And while he was home school or while I was homesick, I like, you know, got his wife over to just stole his wife. Yeah. Yeah, I got in trouble for it that day. It's his my brother's
in Sims.
yeah. You could steal your you know, because you all lived in this little town or whatever on Sims. It was so funny.
Misogynist pig you are, Josh.
I know. My mom, yeah, it is actually hilarious. My mom was furious when she found out I stole my brother's virtual wife in the
doggy dog world out here, bro.
Yeah,
hey, who knew Josh was a dog like that, bro?
Yeah, messed him up. Yo, he cried though, low key. We were, The Sims was sick though, still.
Dang, bro. That's how old were you when you were doing this?
I know. This is like grade, I don't know, grade like 6 or something like that. Grade, yeah.
Jeez, lore.
Lore.
Okay. What I saw. So the marketplace with Frag was cool. Okay, this is a really cool conversation I want to have. What about this, guys? Gym Showdown. Now this kind of adds another layer to it. We talked about, you know, the ease to build a game with AI. We talked about how tokenomics can make things really, really interesting. Something like Gym Showdown now as another layer where they have collector crypt built in on the back end, right? So they're using collector crypts gotchas. I'm assuming they're taking fees from token to buy some of these grails. Whatever. Collector crypt are not out of the picture. They're getting these in-game Pokemon grails. And now what you can do is go and play their game and win other people's Pokemon grails and then redeem them physically into the real world. Now you have in-game economy where you can actually play, earn stuff that's actually valuable. And if you like it, you can redeem it in the real world. And this kind of has an effect on not just Pokemon, but all collectibles. Right?
And it has a chart that looks like that at 900K. Tell me more, Dom. I want to know more.
I don't know much more. I do know they're coming on the show next week. I do know this because I've gotten them booked. But I think it's a very novel concept that's been enabled. And I think all collectibles can kind of now lean into this. If you have a collectible, of course, if it's digital, it's really interesting to know I can go to Collector Crypt. And I don't think I would probably not personally want to wager a $500 slab, but $5 slab, $8 slab. There's not a huge barrier to enter. You know, you have a cheap little Pokemon card. if you're good at this game, maybe you can start winning more and build that collection. But I think it's a really novel concept to where I actually have this physical collectible. Maybe it's stored in Collector Crypt's Gotcha or whatever. And now I can go play a game. If I'm good at it, I can win more. Maybe I'll lose it. I lose 5, 10, 15 bucks in slabs here and there. There, of course,
No, but this is like
extreme.
something at risk. I love this. Can you open their website? What does it look like?
Yeah, let me pull up the website. And so that's where I like my research stops. I haven't checked out the game.
My spidey senses are tingling right now.
Graded but again, like generally the idea, imagine you could earn Pokemon cards in a game and then physically redeem them from being good at the game. I think that's a cool thought. Like I can actually take from a game and touch and feel what I earn in it. Okay, now we have not just an in-game economy, but a real-world economy attached to it. RWAs in-game. It's pretty cool. So this is the website. Jim, graded Pokemon cards wagered on-chain. Pay an entry to spin for a real PSA or CGC graded slab, or wager your own slab against another trainer. Winner takes the card, settled in Sol on Solana instantly. There's been 562 battles and over $240,000 paid out in cards. There's a $9,000 treasury value. They have 80 cards in the vault, $10 entry. So let's see, enter the showdown. Now, of course, I'd have to pay $10, I think, to do this. Pick a username. No, let's just do Dinero. And we will do blue. Why not? Start here. Okay, I should probably read through all of these. That might be helpful, actually, for this conversation. So what this is, a live world where every prize is a real graded card, a slab. Win one, and the actual NFT is minted straight to your Solana wallet. Keep it, sell it, or redeem it. Redeem the physical card. Connect your wallet. 4 ways to win a card. You can catch a wild slab with orbs. Okay, so I can go play this game and actually catch a wild slab. 1v1 gym battles. Okay, 1v1 gym battles. Now, this is interesting. It's $10 to enter, so I think this $10 kind of goes towards them buying more slabs, building out this game. Interesting. Slab arena duels. Collect and fuse shards. Each one has its own page. Next. Read on. Get around. WASD. Lost. Reopen this. Okay, blah, blah. Where to get them? Walk into the... Okay, orbs. This is what orbs are. Walk into the Pokemart, the blueprint, the blue roof shop, buy the foundation, or tap blank to buy orbs. You pay in Sol. The orb sits in your wallet, ready to throw. Okay, and I can go and collect the physical cards with this. 3 strength, Pokeball, $2, Green Ball, $5, Ultra Ball, $12. Okay, so it's got a nice mechanic there. Odds are shown. Every wild encounter shows your live catch percentage. It's based on the orb you throw versus the card's value. So match the orb to the prize. Stock up before the rare window hits. Catch a wild slab, find them, walk through tall grass. The first to find takes 30% of walking. Each next one takes a bit longer. Swarms and the cavern make find faster. Okay, throw the orb or duel. Battle in the wild or battle the wild slab with a Pokemon card you already own. Win and you take both cards. Lose and yours is gone. Okay, and this goes to their treasury. Duels burn 0.50 cents of gym. Pokemon slab only. Another card. Okay, I'm not going to read through all this. 1v1 battles, slab arena and duels. Shards. This is your cheapest way in. What they are, fractional pieces of the real card. Okay, so you can fractionalize a card. You catch with shards with orb exactly like slabs, but each throw is far cheaper. So it's the low cost way to start. Okay, interesting. Cash out and earn.
Check out the bubble maps. It looks like some solid supply control too.
Okay, let's check.
I'm assuming by the person that created it.
Well, I mean, firstly, we can look at it. How long has this been out? By the way, great concept. Like he sees slabs doing well and having this concept where like he can actually just use the CC Collector Crypt white labeled product on the back end. Pretty genius.
And what I didn't like about the slabs convo is not that the product wasn't good. It was great, but it was just that it wasn't investable.
Right. So this has been out for 15 days. Yeah. It lines up perfectly with the GameFi narrative, lines up perfectly with the cards narrative. This is actually a pretty interesting one, honestly. I'm kind of liking it.
So RJ, You played this game, eh? Can you give us like a quick like one-liner about the mechanics at play here?
Yeah.
I mean, we discussed it, but like what's it like to actually play it?
Here, I mean, and you can see, I'll tab back over here. You can see this is me walking around. So you see this little, there's a nice little world. I can go, I guess what I would do is search for wild Pokemon around the open world concept. Let's see what the trading post looks like. Press E to enter. Okay, I'm in the trading post.
Dude, this is just like when I was a kid. It's literally exactly.
Talk to the counter shop, step on the exit map to leave. Talk to broker, let's see. Okay, so it's a gamified, like, again, it's a gamified marketplace. It's pretty cool. All right, so I can preview card. I can buy the cards if I want to. Nice. Okay, that's the trading post. Let's see what the center is all about. Not going to connect my wallet right now, but okay. Pokemart. What's this? What's the Pokemart? Okay, I can buy orbs. And these are what I can use to catch the wild Pokemon. Okay, very cool. Like, this is pretty cool.
Who's the developer behind this? That's what I want to know.
Gym World Developer is his name on Telegram.
Anon?
Yeah, so he said he's going to stay anonymous. He did ask if he could stay anonymous. We said we prefer showing your face, but of course, you know, you can stay anonymous if you want to. Okay, look, so I just found one. There's a $61 graded slab here, 3% chance with orb. So if I had a bunch of orbs here, you know, let's say I had 20 orbs. Yeah, I mean, I could battle, I could throw an orb, I could run. I'm probably gonna run, but so look, I found one.
You can essentially use Soul to buy different levels of orbs, which allows you to attempt to catch slabs. Each level of orbs has different percent. So this is, I understand the mechanics. So they're buying Pokemon using the Soul that you're using to buy the orbs, and there's some sort of, you know, they don't lose money, but okay. Where is the token, RJ? Is the token involved in any way? What's the token's gym, right? Is the gym token involved?
Yeah, the gym token, I think I did see. Yeah, so if I'm gonna run here, got away safely. Okay. So,
battle it, Dom. A wants to see if you know how to play Pokemon.
I should battle it, but I don't really want to connect my wallet and do all that right now. But this is like, I mean, it's cool. Here, let me go to the
We did ask CC about this one, FYI, but
we did. All right, okay, I'm way off the map. Here's the map. So let me find the city center. Go back. Okay, let's see. So yeah, you guys were asking about how the thing is where the gym comes in. I can go here. I believe I saw, yeah, so I can buy for 22,000 gym, which is roughly $20. So actually it is the in-game currency. I would imagine they keep like a little percentage on top of this. 0.5% is maybe what I saw, 1%, whatever. And that can go towards, I don't know, deflationary supply or something. What's this? Wish. Oh, look at this. Toss 5. You can wish for stuff. Okay. But yeah, so I don't know. I'm not going to get too caught up on that game, but I think that's pretty cool. Like the simple concept of taking a real world asset, building an entire game around it, and now I can win, battle, lose these assets, and redeem them physically. I can have the slab sitting in my house a week later. It's pretty cool. So the RWA adds a whole nother element. Now you could do this at any level. So now scrape the in-game currency. Let's say I want to do this with gold or silver. That might be a little bit extreme, right? But like imagine playing a game, being able to have physical assets shipped to your house. And it kind of goes, you know, you can do trading cards, you can do commodities, you can do like, I guess, really whatever. But in theory, it's pretty cool. So
I like this. I might buy some gym, guys.
Let's pull up the chart again. Yeah, I would say chart's in a pretty decent spot. And I like how it didn't just launch yesterday. It's kind of been slowly grinding up. And this actually originally picked up from the TCG meta rather than the gaming meta. Now we have gaming meta. I think this is a pretty decent bid here. I would keep eyes on Jim. Out of everything I looked at, I think it's one of the most interesting ones. No, yeah, dude, Collector Crypt. So I think Collector Crypt is doing very well with their white label product. Like that's where they're winning. They have a lot of people spinning up stuff on top of Collector Crypt, Slabs being one, so many others. they're the only ones doing this. Like Breezy, the other people aren't doing white label product. Their API is private. Collector Crypt is not. You can build on top of it. And so they have a lot of people building on top of it. And I think that's drawing a lot of user growth. So I think a lot of their focus is going towards that rather than making the UI super clean on Collector Crypt. Because the end goal is not for them to even have like super clean UI. It's like, hey, if one of our partners is successful or 10 of our partners are successful, we're successful. So where we're going to specialize is getting a lot of inventory, making sure these cars are stocked, and providing a really good experience for all of our people using our white label. If I had to guess, is where they're focused. Although, yes, I agree. If they built out a game themselves that kind of revolved around these collectibles, that'd be super cool. If they clean up their UI and gamify it a little more, that'd be super cool. Again, I think their focus is more so other people are going to kind of do that. We're just going to have the best, deepest liquidity in terms of inventory. And, people are going to come build on top of us because we're the only one offering it. I think if I had to guess, that's where their head's at. But yes, I would love to see Collector Crypt build out something like Gym Showdown or whatever. So yeah. Do you ever play the cards game from FF8 back in the day? Something like that would be awesome. Are these where cards battle each other? I know there was there was a game called Axie Infinity I used to play, which originally started as like a card game where you would have 3 cards, pairings of different things. They worked really well against different people. And so you would select your 3 cards, you would battle against people, and you could win. It would be interesting if those games did come out. Yeah, you can do those games, actually win those physical cards. Yeah, I think like that's what I'm saying. There's kind of a lot that can come from spinning out this RWA redeemable asset in-game conversation. Play CSGO, actually redeem the knife that you won in game. That would be definitely probably illegal, but you know what I'm saying. I like it, but without backing of something really like
guys. I like Jim. We're gonna clip this. This thing's potentially going higher.
Okay, there you go. You heard it here first.
Yeah, compelling, very compelling.
Any other games, guys, you want us to cover real quick before we kind of jump ship into just general what's going on?
Yeah, because we need to cover MetaDAO too.
Oh yeah. Okay, let's cover MetaDAO. Let's talk about it. Let's start there. We'll jump back to games if anyone has any last minute games. Josh, let's set the stage. ZKFG launches on MetaDAO. They raised $960,000 around there. I don't think it worked out. They ended up refunding, from what I've heard, and I could be off on some of this, so please do not take my word as truth. It doesn't end up working, right? I think they were trying to create some sort of zero knowledge proof mixer. Didn't really work out. They refunded like $500-something thousand to holders. $200,000 or whatever went to development, salary, etc. This is how I understand it. So the ZKFG holders apparently have been made whole based on the agreement they signed. But the Zinc team, or I guess during ZKFG, some of the team from ZKFG was building Zinc out. Now, people are saying, well, that was from their salaried funds, which is fine. They can choose to do whatever they want with their salary. If it was from ZKFG funds, that's a different story. And so they were building out Zinc during the time they should have been building ZKFG potentially. Now, if they were taking a ZKFG salary, building out Zinc the whole time, that's also
that's a problem.
Story. That's a problem. Okay. So I want to set the stage here a little further. They made promises that some of the Zinc revenues will flow back to the ZKFG tokens in tweets, verbally. I don't know if there's anything in pen and paper. That's the lore here. Now the ZKFG team and the MetaDAO team the MetaDAO team is basically saying, look, you owe your IP, you owe some of these revenues to the ZKFG token like you signed up for back in the MetaDAO days. The Zinc team, of course, having no affinity to the ZKFG team because they're late entrants. They just went upside in the Zinc thing. They don't really care about other people. Or the other people are saying, nope, this is not what actually was promised. Let them live. They've already paid back $500K to holders. Everyone's whole. So there's this big ongoing dispute right now on if the Zinc team should honor what they said and pay the ZKFG holders out. MetaDAO put up a proposal to buy out the remaining ZKFG tokens at like a 0.25 price. which would cost, some arbitrary amount of money. All these conversations swirling. Ultimately, we don't fully know what's happened. But it's interesting nonetheless. Josh, sorry it took so long setting the stage. What's going on? What are you thinking?
The first thought is there needs to be some account management or some sort of dev relations at MetaDAO so that this isn't public disputes on the timeline like this.
Yeah.
Because, the profit, we've heard anything from the founders in 24 hours. Then they clap back being like, yeah, we messaged you, but you guys didn't see it kind of thing. Not a good look. I'm like,
Yeah.
guys, come on. You're running a multi-$100 million eco. Like, have someone doing account management, developer relations that are just on top of it, right? How can we help you? How can we make you more successful? Like, how can we help solve these problems? Human in the loop is important. So I thought this kind of stuff wasn't a great look. I love what they're doing, but I will say they are back in contact, whatever. I think they will figure it out. I mean, again, there is always going to be this pivot to what works. If you guys remember, ZKFG was working on like private DCAs. So clearly they were experimenting with Archeum's tech stack and then just trying to find a use case. They did find it wildly successful. Now, what I will say, it is hard to, even Ika is on here saying, look, like I bought this, but I don't know if I can, would ever touch it because there's this, kind of question of their I guess character or whatever, the reputation, structure,
all the above.
It is tough because what they're trying to do is balance a token system where all the value is flowing back in the Zinc token. So as much as, people are deploying to the grid, they're mining Zinc tokens, but if they do not support the Zinc price, the second the Zinc token starts declining in price, it kind of ruins the flywheel that they have. So they need every dollar going back into that flywheel to make sure that the ecosystem is whole. So even 1% of leakage, I think, makes a difference here. And so I think it's difficult when you have something successful and you're trying to keep the flywheel going. You're trying to grow the protocol to say, hey, we're going to take a few $100,000 that we would use to buy back in our $2-3 million market cap circulating and give it to these token holders of this, project that did not work out, when all those people could have just gone and bought the Zinc token, right? So I know what MetaDAO is trying to do. I don't know what the resolution is. That's for MetaDAO to figure out. But I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, well, they should have done this or that, because I think they're trying to put all the money back into the chart, basically every dollar of it. So that's my read on it. But that's a non-answer, to be honest with you, and I'm fine with that because I'm not MetaDAO.
Well, no one's got the right answer right now, except for potentially the Zinc team and the MetaDAO team. We don't know the full story.
Yeah, we have no idea the full story.
We're
speculating. But yeah, we'll get them on to hopefully when it's sorted out to figure out what the resolution is and talk it over.
That would be nice. Now, I will say, Josh,
but the proposal at 1.5 times is a good solution because ZKFG was dead before this. Before Zinc, ZKFG was going to zero. Let's be real. So, hey, you guys got your money back and 50% on top. I think that's a good resolution.
Yeah, it is. On this note, Josh, you are the delimmer here. Seems like this is pretty good pickings for delim. I mean, still volume's pretty high. People are going back and forth on what they think is right and what's wrong, causing a lot of volatility in this market. Do you have a delim position open? Of course, like you mentioned, if something happens that, teams like, all right, we just don't want to do this. This is so annoying. Zinc is discontinued. Well, that would suck, right? So there is volatility and risk here, I guess, in trading this, but kind of makes a nice opportunity if we're going to get a lot of volume and we're going to sit here and range up and down based on like people on the timeline talking and speculating. Some good APR potentially.
I mean, this chart looks great. I'm not gonna lie, it does. I think that all marketing is good marketing, and this whole beef has created really good marketing on the timeline for these guys. However, I will say I closed my positions and sold because I just didn't like the uncertainty, and I had no idea what way it would head.
You know
So
what? For how much uncertainty there has been in
it's
regards
held
to
up
this,
really well. And like that's
really well,
yeah, like
really
that's
well.
really like I'm watching this thing.
Yeah, I'm like honestly shocked it's held up this well. I in the old days, even maybe today, I think if there was some sort of level of FUD where like you're butting teams with the ecosystem leaders, Meta, Profit, and I mean this would have nuked in the old days. I am honestly very shocked that the holders are so. I mean, even I was never holding this, but if I was holding it, I would even get a little nervous and start questioning things and be like, maybe even if I like this token just for like peace of mind, I'm probably just going to exit and let it pan out. Not happening here. I mean, maybe I guess here. When was this? When was this big dip? The 6th? I mean, this was this wasn't even a conversation
Dude,
10 days ago. Yeah,
MetaDAO needs this to be successful. Archeum needs it to be successful. This is the eco leader for both those ecosystems. Like, what else is hot on MetaDAO these days?
yeah, no,
I mean,
yeah.
look, like
Well, this is a
I like
Futardio
the
platform
teams.
too.
Exactly. Futardio fair launch. Like, I like all the teams on MetaDAO. I like Avicii. I like Umbra, but man, they got no motion right though. There's no motion. This is the thing that has motion in MetaDAO. They need it to be successful.
Yeah, and Archeum wants this to be. There's a lot of people that want this to be successful. I mean, I think there should be a win-win-win here, hopefully, or at least not a lose-lose-lose.
Yeah, I mean, White Whale did get on it, and bros, I hate myself. I closed my position literally less than 5 minutes before White Whale posted that. And he posted that. I closed my DLM position. All the volume came in. Like I was seething for like, I still think about it actually. Thanks. Yeah, Pixel. Thanks for reminding me, bro. That sucked so much.
So yeah, that's the thing though. There are a lot of late entrants. Again, people that just trade the Zinc token that have no regard for the CKFG situation because they don't care what happened there. So yeah, you got two very I think different sides, and then of course you have the ore people that just don't like zinc, and they're piling into the the train of.
I never cared of that there was a dual token thing. Like I remember at 800K thinking, oh, there's a dual token thing. But I thought, hey, because we've already interviewed those guys on MetaDAO and we kind of knew them, I was like, I trust this a little more than a rando team that I've never heard of. GSIM. Oh yeah, this was the guy's still slinging SIM cards, eh? I do see that he's pretty active.
He's working.
He's working, man.
He's working.
I've
not
seen
for
him
me
on ownership. Yeah.
Not for me. Yeah, and I think it's great that he's doing the ownership, distributing that. I think it's less of a growth industry than I maybe I'm just unfamiliar with SIM cards and how much TAM there is there. But I think there's a lot of really good growth opportunities, and I don't know. I just don't see that as being one of the something like comparing to AI or robotics, and that's okay. And the riches are in the niches. Like, let's be honest, you can probably build a killer sim business because there maybe aren't a ton of people doing that. And I believe that to be true. I just probably not for me. But yeah, Zinc looks great. I mean, is it White Whale propping it up with his shills? Potentially. How much motion does this guy have? I mean, it's a bad market. Let's see the holder distro. You said this is a bit bundle. Oh yeah, and
no, that was the other one.
Okay. Crypto Jones says, does the chart strength prove that Zinc's mechanism? I couldn't tell from our conversation with Seb. And again, we really should have had the dev on. I think he would have explained things a little better. But I can't tell from our conversation with Seb if this is deflationary or if the emissions are. I don't know which is overpowering which, to be honest. I didn't get a lot of clarity.
Well, they actually do have a dashboard
tracker.
Yeah, and let's see if I can find it. I'll track it down.
Okay. Side note, while you pull that up, RJ says off topic, do y'all think the AI agent please bro narrative on base is played out at this point? Doesn't seem like things are sending like they were a few weeks ago or months ago. Lots of vaporware. 100% there are tourists that came in, and 100% things are not sending like they used to. I mean, it's not base AI season right now. Also, like the base AI season was very speculative driven, which was something we've taken note of, I think, a few times. Like at least on Solana recently, there's been a lot of, I think, like tried and true things, revenue tie-ins, fundamentals. Base was very, very much so like, okay, this could be really, really big. In theory, this sounds good. There's a lot more experimentation and risk taking there. The please bro narrative is so cooked. I think that's so cooked. Yeah. It just never works out because the founders don't know what they're signing up for. They do cash grabs. Yeah. So I think the please bro narrative is way cooked.
Here are the numbers. So on the 14th actually went deflationary, but it averages about 1.3% per day. It looks like 2,700 zinc, 5,000. Daily zinc burned. I mean, again, they're still burning a bunch. There is slight.
But if it's burning and then just getting emitted,
yeah,
it's a
there is
mintable
slight
token.
emissions. Now, one thing to note here is we're starting to see the decline in daily SOL volume. So keep that in note. This is cumulative. The curve is starting to flat out. So I don't know. Zinc could very easily have kind of played out. The easy money, I think, has been made here, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I would have to agree with that.
We'll see, but that's my read on it.
RJ says a few bangers emerged like surplus. Yeah, there are a few bangers, but even then you can tell like Mac was not familiar with this founder education in terms of crypto. You can't sell your tokens. It's again like these people don't know what they're signing up for. It's not their fault. And I think a founder should be able to pay for their project to continue it and grow it based on whatever money they make for launching it. And I think selling should become normal too. Elon Musk, again, has SpaceX. At some point, he's going to sell some of his SpaceX shares. He already has, right? A founder raising money has to sell their shares. If MCG is selling equity in MCG, we have to sell our shares. It's not always a bearish thing. It's just what has to happen in some cases. But yeah, so look, I don't disagree. There are a few bangers. I think for every one banger, though, you're going to get a lot of heartache for
A lot of
holders.
vaporware.
A lot of vaporware. A lot of bullshit. So that's just the truth. It's not even an objective opinion, or it's just an objective fact. Seb mentioned they were working on a Dune dashboard. Yeah, that's Josh just pulled up.
Yeah.
Dot is a good base AI project sending now and not a please, bro. Okay. Let's see Dot. And I still hold my deuce, by the way.
Josh Fudding for new entry. No, I think I'm going to make my call based on what I see on their Dune dashboard.
Okay, look at this.
Wow.
Look at this. Not bad. Can you give me a TLDR thesis? Some? What did you say about it? Dot is a good base AI project setting now. Not a please, bro. Okay, good AI project. Objectively better AI. Fully autonomous. Build anything with Dot. Okay, let's see. Now, I'm not very bullish frameworks, guys. I've told you this. So if it's a framework that makes AI better, I'm just not very bullish. But that may not be the case. Objectively better UI or AI. Let's see. We ask for nothing, so you can ask us anything. Privacy first AI. Okay, we love the privacy buzzword. Privacy first AI turn to Excel. Not flatter. Open weight, zero retention, maximum impact, used by humans, calculated by agents, settled on base. Okay, tell me more. Products. .chat. Okay, this is so it's a private, like a private chat here. Is this their own LLM? Is this an aggregated chat? Okay, it's got Dolphin. Okay, so it's got some, okay. So it's got some different models here, it looks like, and it privatizes them. Okay. So, and again, with these things, a lot of it's so difficult. You really have to have the founder on to like kind of talk you through what sets these apart, because a lot of them look the same at first glance. Okay. Dot MCP exposes Dot as a remote tool surface. I'm trying to see what makes this special. Maybe their Twitter would be less technical. The closed model industry is quietly monetizing your conversations while simultaneously preaching revolution. We are that revolution. So this is it's a privacy AI model. Okay. This makes sense, but like what sets it apart? Dot Code now runs a first of its kind, fully private agentic loop that can see exactly what it's building in real time. You will have undoubtedly seen a lot of talk about agent coding loops, but they present a fundamental problem that we have seen no other provider fix. They break the moment the agent needs an asset that it cannot produce. Dot Code can now read our custom skill.md route through dot models, call the dot MCP, generate its own asset, and save these assets to the repository, verifying the page locally, no handoffs, and no human in the middle. And yes, the entire loop stays with Dot's privacy boundary, no APIs, no third-party calls. Dot, don't break the loop. Use dot code available now. Maybe I'm lazy, but I just don't feel like getting in the weeds here and understanding this. Genuinely, guys, I had a conversation with Winium not long ago. Legend, if you guys know, Winium's the GOAT. Had a conversation, and he was talking for. I'm not going to get into the details. He might not want me to share that, but he was basically interviewing me, and he asked me like, "What's your research process look like?" I was like, "Dude, my research process is having founders come on MCG and talking to them."
Yeah.
This is exactly what I was doing before we had MCG. I was just
That's
talking
what
to the founders.
that's exactly what I said too.
This is the exact process. So like I could go here and look into Dot like I was just doing now. What would my process look like traditionally? Look at their website, see if I can get hooked, look through their Twitter, find info on the team, talk to the team. The best way I can actually gauge these things is having the founder come on and tell me exactly what it is they're building, and exactly why they have an edge, truthfully. So that was my answer to Winium with that.
Thoughts on other metadata like Solo?
Yeah, Solo's taking forever. It's a longer term process. You have to understand, for the people that they want to integrate this stuff into, the banks, enterprises, the big boys, they take time. They move really slow. It's kind of like a domino. You land one big one, and the rest kind of fall in place. I'm bullish Solo though, for what it's worth.
Yeah, and you got to be very careful too. You got to do it right, because as soon as you do it wrong, you'll never work with them ever.
Ever is not something you want to mess up. And also, we see all this DeFi risk, and so I think they totally abstracted out the DeFi risk by kind of reverting back, changing their model a little bit.
No banks and people were doing the funding rate arbitrage thing, and honestly, they're lucky because on October 10th, a lot of that stuff blew up.
Yeah.
And I think they got away unscathed, but if they had serious TVL in there, I wouldn't want to be falling asleep at night on October 10th with that going on.
No way. So yeah, I would say I'm bullish. So I'm actually bullish. I like these things just take time, I think, to answer the question. The best way I could put it here. Who asked the question? I don't know. Well, nonetheless, to answer whoever asked that question, maybe it was you, Ave. These things just take a lot of time. I think Umbra's TVL just crossed like 540K. So they have, 540K total value locked. It's pretty good for their first 6 months. It takes a long time for people to get to that number typically. So they're growing. I think crypto's just so used to unrealistic expectations and timeframes that we see these things pump up and they kind of settle down. I almost think like some of these would be better just in the private markets with no live token, just order books, person-to-person OTC deals, because they need a lot of time to really execute. So like, yeah, Umbra's doing good. Like Umbra's growing, it's taking time, and it's slowly then all in one kind of thing. Same with Solo. Slowly. They got to get one big bank person on board using Solo, routing through, Solo, and then the rest of the cards fall. So I'm generally bullish on most of the MetaDAO ecosystem. I think it's just a matter of letting them burn through some of that treasury. NAV kind of continues to decrease until they hit an inflection point where now they're actually cash positive and NAV stops decreasing, yet the token is still stuck in NAV, and that's the best point you can get in. So you see this opportunity happening in MetaDAO where people don't fully understand the model, or people are impatient and they sell. You have tokens trading below net asset value, just like ZKFG, just like some of these others. You can vote to liquidate these at any time. So really, you shouldn't ever be trading more than a projection of like 2 or 3 months below net asset value, right? Whatever their spending is going to be. So anytime the token gets to net asset value or below, it's probably a decent bid. Again, I like to say, assume they're going to burn 2-3 more months of runway from here until they have a full-fledged decision. So even if you give me a little bit of a discount on NAV, okay, that's good. The inflection point, again, becomes, we'll take Umbra as an example. Umbra's NAV continues to decrease as they are cash flow negative, right? They're paying salaries, they're developing the project, and at some point they become revenue positive, and this NAV goes from decreasing to increasing, and you in a position there when you're able to get in at net asset value, and now growth projections can start going on top of it. When you're pre-revenue, it's a little harder to do growth projections. Once you have revenue, you can say, okay, well, revenue is growing 20% quarter on quarter. Oh, they just did 200% yearly. Well, I can put this at a 10x revenue projection. And now you get in at net asset value, and it quickly reprices to a premium because people are doing projections on it. That's how you want to play these. So it's going to take time, but if you're patient enough, you can position by watching Solo, watching Umar, watching Avicii, some of the others, and watch. Do, because it's all trackable on chain. Okay, revenue's starting to go positive. Token is not trading at a premium at all. Let's start positioning. So
I have something to keep an eye on, guys. Pull up Goblin.
Okay.
So Chill covered this yesterday. Chart looks amazing. Oh my gosh, someone just freaking clipped it too. It's
now
candling right
Josh,
now.
before I jump to Goblin, can I just finish out this pixel
Yeah,
thought?
sure.
This is on DOT. It's a Venice equivalent. Decent usage, such early stage. Okay. Good read here. Sorry to cut you off, Josh. Just want to make sure I finish that out so I didn't jump back to it. We'll maybe pull up that and read it. I can't do it from StreamYard, but it is a Venice equivalent and it's got decent usage at early stages. Okay. Well, something to watch. There's a lot of people trying to do this, so I'm weary about this because Venice's success brought a lot of tourists out and people trying to do it. And they got to be really good to take a meaningful chunk from Venice. So I guess keep watching the usage. Number one, would love to talk to the dev. I'll keep this on my list. I'll reach out to him. Yeah, that's my feedback there. Sorry, Josh. Now you can continue with your Goblin thoughts.
Yeah. Logjam just bought it. As I was looking at it. Sorry, didn't mean to swear on stream either. Pull up Goblin. I was literally just looking at this. I was like, man, I'm gonna eat this right here.
Oh man. This is a Goblin coin right here.
Dude, yeah. So what this is I don't know if you remember, but Sam Altman and OpenAI, the lore here is it's kind of like a Fartcoin situation, but it's an OpenAI like insider thing, and then they made merch about it.
Yeah, it's got
anyways, Chill yesterday was like, yo, look, keep this on a radar. Go zoom out. Like the chart looked amazing. The risk reward on this looked beautiful yesterday. This chart looks incredible. And so anyways, I was literally just about to buy this and it just started ripping and logjam.
And so is lore here also tied into this WorldCoin doing well? This has kind of ties to OpenAI. It's a meme. Okay.
WorldCoin is candling too. I mean candling, but it's like
Yeah,
all right.
I mean, it's outpacing everything else.
I'm delimbing this thing. I'm gonna delim this thing.
There you go.
No one else provide liquidity. I want all the fees, guys.
Hey, man. Someone's got to do it. Crypto Jones, would you guys have Seb back on for Trader Radio? The guy's got a lot of wealth. Dude, yeah, I definitely love to have Seb on. I think outside from a Zinc perspective, for sure. We have that line of communication, so maybe we'll get him on one of these Fridays or Mondays and shoot the shit. What should we talk about with him specifically? I mean, it doesn't matter. Again, we have people on all the time, just kind of shoot the shit, figure it out in real time. But if he's got something he's really good at in terms of DeFi or just picking his brain, we can definitely, reach out to him. Cool dude, though. RJ, been following USDI and Chip token. Yeah, they're doing cool stuff. Man, the other day, though, I saw, oh no, that was OPG that took a crazy dip. Yeah, I need to look into this one more. Based on what I've seen, it's really interesting. And it's their stable coin. So you have a stable coin, right, which is USDAI, and it's backed by compute. Am I understanding that correctly? It's backed by like compute, which is I think interesting. And then they have a chip token, which I need to understand where the chip token comes into play. Is it the governance token of their stable coin of the equity? Not quite sure. I do know a lot of smart people are watching this. I can't in good faith make a comment on it, whether I'm bullish or bearish, but I know a lot of smart people are talking about it. And I think it's one of the more interesting ones that I need to look into more. So maybe you'll prompt me to do that at some point. What are your thoughts, RJ? I think that would help. What do you think? What's the TLDR from your perspective? And you can see Josh is locked in delim mode right now. True.
Facts.
Yeah.
I would have liked it before. I was literally fucking log jam, bro. Are you kidding me?
Get it off your chest, bro.
Okay, move on.
Okay.
Print fees. Yep.
There we go. He's not on tilt, guys. True with any startup, it is less the idea and more about the people behind the project. Yeah, for sure. For sure. I mean, to some extent, like you have to have some really good guys behind it. And also like, if you're not first to market, you got to really outcompete the person that is in the lead right now. Again, like you go back to, what was it? Dot that Pixel brought up. Like for Dot to beat Venice or even capture any small chunk of the Venice market share, it's got to outcompete at a very high level. It's got to do like 10x what Venice does, and so it's niche or vertical. Have y'all had extra on or plan to? Don't think so. Don't think so. No. Talking about the one that's at 600K, we have not. Although this chart's holding up well. It's a little low for what we like to have on, but you know what? The chart's holding up well enough to where I would say,
yeah,
they've proved something because they launched back here. They were zeroed out forever, pumped up, and then this pumped didn't instantly get retraced back to zero. It's like pumped and slowly grinded. Yeah, that might be actually an interesting one. When I see a chart like this, I actually do want to pay attention because it went through a long period of consolidation at the bottom. Launch, it looks like it was almost stealth launch. No one cared about it. I mean, sat at 50K forever, 17 days. Someone caught on, KOL shield, they dropped a cool update, whatever it might have been, pumped up, to 1 million, relatively low still, drew back to about 300K, which is a big dip, but again, it's on Solana, and it's been grinding up since. It didn't just like perpetually turn into a downwards movement. So this is a nice, like again, thinking through the dynamics that cause a chart to look like this, it's an interesting conversation to have. I'll reach out to them. Let me also add this to my list, guys. And again, like I try to make sure these devs are doxed. I know obviously having doxed devs doesn't guarantee the project's going to be honest and good and never going to rug, but like I really do try to prioritize having forward-facing devs on here. So I'm still going to reach out to them, I think, even if not. But again, when we're playing in the 700K, 600K range, right? Which is why I think like, again, I think back to some of the devs. I think Isometrics is coming on the other day or tomorrow or whatever. It's like, I really hope they're doxed because when you're going that low market cap and we're sharing you, if you really want to sell yourself to these people that are listening to MCG, who are a sophisticated audience, you're going to at least want to be forward facing. If you're hiding your identity and you're a low market cap, it's a tough sell. It's a tough sell from the start. But yeah, no, we don't know. We haven't had these people on extra. Query the world in real time. Again, since I don't know, I'm not familiar with it, any TLDR would help.
Man, I'm not getting too fancy, just soul side. Really just soul side's working in this market. I'm not going to lie. Anytime you're buying the other half, it better be like a zinc or something good like a Squire, or you're going to lose. So
when you say soul side, what does that mean exactly? Is that it's swapping back to soul every time it oscillates, or?
Well, look at the chart you have open right now, right? So if you're to say, okay, this is why delimbing as a trading mindset works quite well, is because normally people, if they're trading this, they would buy it and think, oh, I'm going to wait for it to go up and break out. But when you're a delimber, you're looking at this and you're like, I want this to retrace like 50%, right? And then what you do is you're putting your liquidity slowly at first, but laddering it in deeper and deeper. Like here, give me the CA on this, and I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about.
All right. It is a nice chart right here. This looks like D-Lim heaven.
Yeah, but the volume is important, and I don't think this has volume. Like right now, Goblin has volume.
60K.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't delim this, but like if you're to think from a liquidity standpoint, I'm going to share my screen here. Okay, this one. So how I would look at trading this is, right? So again, people normally would buy this thinking it's going to go higher, right? They're thinking it's going to break out up tier, but delimmers are looking at this and saying, you know what? I actually want to see it come down. And when you have soul liquidity like this, sorry, can switch my drawing tool like this, and it's getting more and more soul liquidity as it comes down, you're getting filled into the position at lower and lower prices, right? And so you're not buying the token. So I'm not providing liquidity on the upside like this. I'm only providing it again on the downside. So your average price. So Dom, if you think about what impermanent loss is, let's say I buy 50-50, right? I have 2 soul. I buy 1 soul of the token. I keep 1 soul in liquidity. If the price of this token goes down, the soul that I had bought of the token is decreasing in value. That's my impermanent loss. Plus, on top of that, my soul on the downside is getting filled, which means I'm getting more and more exposed to whatever the extra token is, right? So that's how you lose on delimbing. And the only way you get out of it is if it comes down and then bounces back up. That's how you make money. However, if you just provide soul side liquidity, right, it comes down, it's getting converted into the extra token as you get into these levels. Think of a DCA.
Yeah.
Now, if you're doing a bid ask, so you're getting more and more of your liquidity in. So the longer the line is, the more my liquidity is being filled. You're getting it down. Your average is coming down more and more because it's like a DCA. You add more size as the price comes down.
I'm a DCA guy. That's how I do all my trades, which is one reason.
Dude, I don't know why you're not delimbing.
I know.
I'm at this point where I'm thinking, no, not I need to. You need to connect a wallet and pick a chart and just try it.
I know. I haven't been trading much. Next time I have something I need to trade, I'm going to say,
not
Josh,
trading enough is not an excuse. Like delimbing, I think is something that it's a skill set. It's like, say, here's my 5 soul. Here's my $500. I'm going to learn something, right? I think it's worth doing that.
I agree. That's the thing. That's my trading style is DCA. I do not one clip. I mean, I don't one clip into a chart. Number one, I'm not trying to get slipped hella. But also just like my strategy is completely DCA driven. So it makes sense. I really need to be doing this. And
here, I'll show, like right now we have this one on. This is a new feature. Nice. But we have this, like trade on right now. Again, Goblin. Now I have this, what's called bid ask spot. So I have 50% of the token is in a spot strategy. So I got a lot of liquidity in the trade. And then I have 50% of it bid ask. So that's where you get the slanting, right? Where it's adding more and more of your liquidity at the extremities of the range. And as you can see, I've been in this trade not for 10 minutes. I've already made 1 soul. And my APR is 360% per hour, assuming the trading volume stays at this current level. And so this is why delimbing can be, kind of nice. Now I like this token because I think the open AI narrative, this is where the trading aspect and asset selection aspect comes in, right? Whether this be a Zinc or a Squire or like something, will come back. But, one right here, Crypto Jones. Right here. Yeah. 0.15 is what I've made. Yeah. 0.1 in soul liquidity. But this is, again, this 0.84, like if you break this down, that's not all from claimable fees. A lot of that is because I bought a Goblin spot and then laddered it up as the price goes up and it's into my range. Now, again, I don't care. I think this will oscillate here.
Yeah. Yep.
So that's why we delim. So shout out Meteora. Thank you for supporting our work. And we'll clip this one up on Goblin. You were both, yeah, all good. So I'm just gonna leave this open, and this is like Goblin. This token, like Zinc, is ones I could deal him and go sleep at night, no problem.
What is this, RJ? I like the concept. Annualized return. The annualized return rate grew from 1.1 million in 2025 to 30 million annualized in Q2 2026. Maybe undervalued. For what? That sounds fantastic. I know Grass, for example, Grass has grown to a pretty crazy annualized run rate. But their reporting's terrible. Oh, just for chips. Oh, okay. Got you. That's alpha. Of course, this is like eclipsing the entire AI boom. It's timed very well. But yeah, no, good. Okay. Wow, that's pretty crazy. So chip, you like the concept, and the ARR grew from 1.1 million in 2025 to a year later. It's at 30 million annualized if you're taking its Q2 revenues. That's incredible. I mean, that's incredible. If sustainable, that's incredible. And if, of course, the token holders see some of that, that's even more incredible. If the token holder is just a governance token and the project is absolutely cooking and making a ton of money, but the token gets no sense of that, sees no part of that economic flow, then it's, I don't care for it, because then they'll go get acquired and the token will mean nothing. And yeah, you understand where it goes from there. But the token is, valuable. All right, Clude's in a buy zone. All right, Abe, let's check out Clude. Yeah, Clude is looking good, man. Matter of time. It's just a matter of time here. Clude is in a buy zone. 1.8 mil. Yeah. Yeah. Clude's in a buy zone. Let me check the bubble maps real quick on this, because the spikes are so violent in this. That's the only scary part. There's someone who's, yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's some people with big holdings. Again, like, look, we saw the initial pump, nuke. Consolidated at super low levels. Big pump, nuke. Consolidated low levels.
Yo, that
Maybe
just
some of these
looks like
guys,
it's being farmed.
I know. And the thing is, the dev is really good. I don't want to think Seb is the one farming it, but someone has a lot of supply control and they're selling. Hopefully they sold a lot into the volume here, so we don't get those crazy nukes. But again, even the spike here was instantly rejected. You can sit here and wait for everyone to flush out and you'll be left sidelined when they do something cool. But I don't know. You just got to keep this in mind. Yeah, I do think, however, that we're probably in a really good buy zone here. I think as we go lower, we're in this very solid buy zone. Again, we know they're working with the government. Seb's working with the government. They're seeking funding. They're going to do the ACE round. Check. 1.8 million market cap. No brainer. Even if someone does have a ton of supply, still seems like a no brainer.
What's the bubble maps show on that?
Not good. Not very good. And I really am just going to do a whole look at the holder count, but apparently this is a big cluster right here. It's got 5% of supply. This cluster's got 2.2% of supply. Or this cluster, this one bubble right here has got 5% of supply, which is also attached to this one with 2.5%, which is also attached to this one with 2%. So, total. And this one has been selling, right? They're in for 30,000. They're out for 56 already, holding 112K still. This one is in for 56, out for nothing. Hold at about even value here. This one is in for 176, out for 28K. Holding 42K. That's insane. So very early. Not sure whose wallet this is, but looks like Teams, right? Based on just this. Not gonna. Yeah, 9.3% in this cluster. 2.7% in this cluster. Not going to say it's a team. Again, I actually like Seb a lot. I think he's a great guy. So don't want to accuse him of anything. But yeah, it'd be nice to know who those are. And clusters aren't great. Let me go to holders here. And maybe this is reported. Maybe there is a team wallet that's reported somewhere and I just don't know about it. Yeah. Holders. This one's got 7%. I would imagine this is like, surely that's not just a random holder. It's got to be team. Otherwise, I'd be pretty worried about that. 5.2% is a lot, though. I mean, these 5, 4, 3%ers, all scary. I mean, I'm uncomfortable with anyone holding more than like really 2%. And the top 10 are all above 2%. 2, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. These got transferred in from somewhere, right? They either got transferred in from somewhere or they're pre-bond buyers. Which if they're pre-bond buyers, they're diamond handing it, but I think these have been transferred in. Yeah, again, I can't see any of these buys. So they're transferred in. And I could go to each wallet and see where it came from and all that good stuff. But I'm not going to do that right now. So, yeah, I like Clued a lot.
Collector Crypt. Sorry, go finish your thought here.
Yeah, I still think I buy this on dip. Yeah, CC, let's talk about it. Cards. I think we come a little lower.
GMGN might be locked. Someone could do that for us, I think. Just keep a note. Sorry, go ahead,
Yeah.
Dom.
Collector Crypt, obviously you guys know we've had this on since literal bottom. It's been one of the best trades. I think they did 88 million in revenue last week.
Check the studio
Blockworks?
chat. No, check the studio chat there. I have that was what I wanted to talk about with this.
Oh. Gotcha. Yeah. Collector Crypt 4 million air. Yeah. Here, you wanna cover it then?
No. This is all you. You I think you hold this token still. I don't know if you do or not, but
I do, and I will say actually this is some news I sold into, and I'm probably gonna buy back more lower. Is the idea. So how that works out in theory, we'll see. But yeah, so Collector Crypt airdropped $4 million as weekly revenue hits 4 million all-time high. I mean, I could pull up their Blockworks. Their numbers are hockey sticking to the right. Even when I was the first to report their Blockworks number from their day, they hit all-time highs. They just continue to. So Collector Crypt's a behemoth, and I think it's got a lot of way to go. The best indicator for this is checking daily active users. They've eclipsed their all-time high of 835, which is when I reported it. I think they're over 1,100 now. So daily active users are growing pretty significantly. Ultimately, daily active users mean better distribution, means more revenue. And I think that's a metric you want to watch. If they had 100, a ton of daily active users, I think you could assume that generally everyone's heard about this. But I think in terms of normal collectors, no one's really heard of Collector Crypt, which is a great sign, I think, for growth. Top 2 wallets locked up for Clued. Good note, Crypto Jones. Thank you. Then maybe those are team and stream flow, I would potentially assume. So really good point there. Bullish Clued. I digress. Back to Collector Crypt. Yeah, so they're doing really good revenue. $4 million airdrop. What unfortunately comes with airdrops in a market like this is selling pressure. It's no secret. Great that they can do that for top ecosystem players. Great that you can get airdrops for holding cards tokens. Love it. Naturally, it's going to cause sell pressure though, and that's fine. Take a look at the legs here, right? What's happening here? We're starting to see diminishing legs, right? So this first leg was nice and strong. Second leg eclipsed it by a nice bit. This third leg did not do much of eclipsing, right? It was this gap, whereas there was a gap here to here for this one. And so what I'm looking at here is, I think this kind of rolls over. It's gotten a ton of hype. It's very consensus. Everyone's talking about it. Everyone knows they're doing good numbers. Everyone knows they're doing some sort of revenue and buyback now. I think we see some sell pressure and people selling out from the airdrop and just, kind of ready to move on as other things start running. And I think we get probably back into this 18 range. That's where I would say first DCA starts for me. And if you caught that dip, good for you. And then I actually do think we potentially get even below these last lows before the next leg up. I'm still bullish. I remain bullish. But the only reason is because this outcome was not very strong, right? This level did not produce a very strong reaction. So I'm thinking we need to get a little bit lower, potentially to produce more of that longer term reaction. We need a longer term distribution, longer term accumulation, and then a turnaround. So I'm bullish Collector Crypt. DCA 1 starts sub 18 cents. Great entry, by the way, long term. Great entry. Phenomenal entry if you even get below here, and revenue is continuing to grow. So my theory and thesis here is airdrop happens, this starts to come down. Their revenues are so good. It's hard to see this keeping pace, at least before a little reset. And we saw this happen in the past. Revenues go really well. They're still really good, but it's a little lesser than the previous month, which was phenomenal. I think we start seeing that. People, because every day someone's coming out and saying, look at the numbers of Collector Crypt, revenue all-time highs. At some point, that's got to stop for a little bit. And I think when that happens, we do see Collector Crypt kind of subdue a little bit before turning around. So, yep, my thesis is $4 million airdrop obviously causes sell pressure. I think the metrics at some point slow down for like a week or two. And in that week or two, we'll probably trend a little bit lower because people are like, oh, revenue's topped, whatever. And then we turn around. So that's how I'm playing cards. Hope that makes sense. I can, I'm gonna hop off and take a piss real quick.
Yeah,
Josh.
I think we're done. That's all we have for today. Dom, feel free to go and I'll close her up.
Thank you. Oh,
hold
dude,
up,
yeah,
Dom.
and give my card thesis a read on Twitter. I believe it's pinned to my account. It's very deep analysis of all their numbers, all their revenues. Here, you know what?
He can hold out. He can hold out.
I can hold out if I'm gonna talk my books, man. I might as well. This is my Collector Crypt thesis, and I'll just let you guys see it real quick.
Talk your book, Dom. There's no harm in talking your book as long as you're transparent.
I think I'm incredibly transparent with this trade. So many interesting avenues for Collector Crypt. Exploring gaming integrations would be very bullish. I agree. I think they're very early. Crypto Jones. Let me talk about the Collector Crypt thesis, the card thesis here. Now, this was I posted this. When did I post this? When did I post this? Come on, would it be down here? June 11th. June 11th is when I posted this. Okay, so about 5 days ago. These are what their numbers looked like. Okay, notable financial overview. This is on a daily. They hit all-time high in daily gross profit, $810,000. $810,000 in a single day, nearly doubling what they would do on average. Even their last previous local all-time high, not even reaching 600K, crushing it. Collector Crypt revenue, all-time highs at 28 million, right? Volume overview, crushing all-time highs across the board. The key that I wanted to explore is in the gotcha packs, but daily active users. This was not 5 days ago. 828 was their all-time high. Now they've had new all-time highs in all these metrics, and their daily active users have grown from 828 to 1,000. You can look into all of this, and I would go read this thesis because it's pretty strong in my opinion. But the closing thoughts here are that revenue and profits are quickly ramping up. And this is my long-term outlook. So the short-term outlook I just gave for Collector Crypt was maybe selling the top, trading this a little bit, but long-term we stay, like long and strong for a longer period of time. I'm not exited out of this position completely. Don't get me wrong. So my long-term thesis is my closing thoughts, and to tie into also, what you mentioned, Crypto Jones, the different avenues they can explore. I noted that here, the majority of revenue is coming from Pokemon cards, is a strong argument for growth. The door is wide open for One Piece, sports cards, comic books, and all sorts of other RWAs. They've proved out the model, which I think is very powerful. This is also represented in daily active users. Just yesterday, we set a local all-time high of 828. This is next to nothing in terms of the addressable market. There are 420 million collectors worldwide that are largely unaware of the offering and solutions Collector Crypt can offer. Remember, when they find out, they're going to realize Collector Crypt is plus EV. They're going to have to pay eBay fees. They're going to get cut 30% on their selling price. Collector Crypt gives them better options. Closing thoughts. Revenue and profits are quickly ramping up. These are dated charts. If I pulled this up, it would be much, much higher, right? 6 days ago, it was much less. Revenues are ramping up. Crypto traders are asleep at the wheel. Markets are sleepy. We're seeing what's happening. Trends are getting picked up, and there are undervalued tokens that are starting to run. Their white labeled product is quickly becoming the standard. If any of the apps built on CC wins, CC wins. This is what I continue to come back and saying. Yes, they could gamify their system a little more. They can make it look clean. They can add sound effects. They can make a game around it. They can do all that stuff. But the truth is, their focus doesn't really need to be there. It needs to be providing the best rates, the best cards, the best liquidity and distribution for these tokens. And then all they need to do is find good people to build on it. Slabs, other people, and they can take care of the gamification, right? They can take care of the UI and stuff. Collector Crypt just needs to be that underlying white label. Sure, could they level up? Yes. But out of these 882 users, how many do you think actually come from Collector Crypt? I would guess approximately half to 3/4, which means, of course, there's still room to grow. But again, over time, the people building on Collector Crypt are going to meaningfully take a lot of these users and add to this this line. Their daily active users are climbing, which I think is the most bullish point. Token accrues all value. And again, we've talked that through. One Piece and other trading cards are gaining a lot of traction. I'm not sure if you've seen the One Piece market. I got a friend really interested who just got really interested in Pokemon. He's now got like a $10,000 collection in the last week, but he's driven maybe 7 figures of volume through Collector Crypt for both One Piece and Pokemon. And these One Piece charts are vertical if you look at them. Like these cards are going from $100 to $500 in a week. It's pretty insane. The Collector Crypt $2,500 packs have been a huge success, selling out pretty quick, I believe. And they have $35 million of net asset value in terms of cards on deck. That's what you want to remember, guys. Collector Crypt has, to make this work, they need to have a lot of cards in their vaults. All those cards and IP are owned by the holders. That's a $35 million net asset value. That should be the floor. So now you can add multiples on that. Outside of that, their Web2 presence is growing. Despite impressive numbers, I do expect growth to continue from here. And you can, of course, listen to the full conversation we had with Buddha, which 109,000 of you guys tuned into. So nonetheless, that's my cards thesis. I'm probably going to end it at that. Josh, I'll let you maybe wrap it up from here. I got to race like a piss horse. So
go. I got one last thing to cover. I don't know what is going on with OpenAI, what the news is, but we're just seeing WorldCoin continue to move higher here. And there seems to be some in the last moments because Goblin is running, and I saw that Goblin is running off of, if I share this, the Goblin emoji just got added to the OpenAI Discord. Okay, so that's interesting. And then I just noticed this Alexis Ohanian post, which not associated with World specifically, but all the rumors, and the rumor is that OpenAI is creating a social network with provably human social network are interesting to me. It's so valuable to have, and this is made with ChatGPT. Interesting. Made to have that data, but no one has solved for the influx of AI content, bots, or otherwise compromised content that now lives in all the places. LMs harvest, basically just saying social networks with provably human data is very, very valuable. Well, that's exactly what WorldCoin is trying to solve. Now, I just, guys, I don't know. I think this is this is run. This is relative strength. Look at Hyperliquid. This got way more relative strength right now than Hyperliquid. Let's not look at the 1 minute candles because those are, we don't need to be looking at 1 minute. But man, what a strong move. What a strong move. I own this from 50 cents. Again, my targets are in the 2s here of what this could hit. But man, I have no idea. If Sam Altman wakes up tomorrow and says, yeah, we're adding WorldCoin to like this new social network for OpenAI thing, this thing could go to 5 to 10 billion.
Hype new all-time highs, Josh. I'm not sure if you saw that.
I did see that, and I did say buy it at 50. Now I didn't. I've been in World, to be honest with you, and actually World's outperformed Hype, so I'm happy with that.
I marked out your exact levels on my chart. Those up.
Oh, sorry, Dom. I
all good.
You.
I marked out the exact levels that you specifically talked about. We specifically talked about. Obviously, I went really low, but I said this is more of the area we probably get to, and you were also kind of saying this too, around the 50, lower 50s. Yeah, didn't have much time, but if you did get in there.
I like, look, I've been watching how World trades versus Hype. I love how Hype trades. Like you just look at it and it just feels like there's an infinite bid there. Something like World, it just, feels like there's sell pressure on every pump kind of thing. But I don't know. It's just, I'm going with this thesis that Sam Altman's going to create this social networking app with ChatGPT, and World ID is going to be a core part of that. And yeah, I just think it's going to send that thing.
Some context as to why Hype's running is they did $1 billion just yesterday in SpaceX.
Yeah.
Right. Like Sunrise Backpack did 100 million, 120 million or something, which also like potentially one to watch is like fantastic bid. I think Backpack's been doing a lot, but outside of that, yeah, just like Hyperliquid still dominates in terms of it's absolutely dominant. Absolutely dominant. So over $1 billion just the other day in SpaceX volume. It's only going to grow as they list more things. So thesis remains intact for Hype, but that's obviously why it's just candled.
Well, there you go. I think what is Jito? I seen Jito getting put into this hype basket.
Yes.
What's your read on Jito? I mean, shout out to you. You've been early on this. As much as I smashed the hype trade, you got this one pretty good.
Yeah, this one's been really good. I think we talked mainly about Jito around these levels.
Did you take this trade? Did you end up taking this trade?
I did take this trade, but not with enough size. Granted, not with enough size. And I wasn't expecting Anthem to shill so quick. So, Jito, what's been going on with this is Anthem's pretty much chilling. Same general thought. 80% of revenue from their platform are going to flow to the JTO token. And it's pretty much, I mean, the thesis is not difficult to understand. It's Solana's making a hard perps push. Perps are growing in interest. Clearly, Solana wants to compete with Hype. Jito will clearly be like the, I guess you could call it the fastest horse in the race, the go-to choice for Solana. And of course, revenue is largely flowing back. They're clearly trying to replicate this Hype model. Most revenue flows back to the token. Token's way, way low. It's beat down. We've talked about this cycle. Despite they are doing revenues, now they do have economics flowing back to the token. And Solana needs to champion a perps platform. Very obviously going to be Jito.
What's Jito trading at? Like, what are the other fundamentals on this beyond the chart?
Yeah, and the other day when we went over it down at those levels, we did go over the FDV and
I swear you've been calling this since like maybe not April, but definitely May.
It's been a little while. It's definitely as soon as the perps narrative picked up, as soon as they announced the JTX trades, it was definitely the thesis. So it's been nice here. Let's see. So this is ranked 96 on CoinMarketCap. It's got a $388 million market cap. Okay, so about half is circulating, 800 million fully diluted value, about 386 million in circulating market cap, which again, compared to Hyperliquid, which I wouldn't make these comparisons. I would not make these comparisons, but people are going to, so I have to, which is 18.4 billion. It leaves a lot of room for speculative upside, even for it to just reprice to, a fraction of Hyperliquid, right? So Hyperliquid at 18 billion. This is 400 million. Economics are going to be similar in terms of flows back to the token. This is going to be Solana's go-to choice for perps. Perps are continuing to grow. There's your thesis. I don't think this takes a meaningful chunk of Hyperliquid whatsoever. I think it's fully a rising tide of perps, kind of makes this the venue of choice for people just for ease. Like if you're on Solana, you're probably just going to trade JTX. Maybe it provides better fees. Maybe it edges Hyperliquid out in some aspects. I think it's just this is just catering towards a Solana native audience, and yeah, and they probably will capture that audience too. I would also say most of those people probably don't already trade on Hyperliquid though, so it's maybe even a bit of a different group of people who are on Solana, don't want to make the switch over, go through kind of the hoops to trade on Hyperliquid.
When are they going live with it?
Oh, that's a good question. It's a good question, Josh.
I know. I mean, Jito could be a monster trade.
Yeah, it could be. Do we have timelines? Private beta rolling out next 2-ish weeks. Public launch in July.
Okay. Maybe wait to see if this candle fades a little bit. They also, so Toli's working the percolator thing. And basically the percolator thing is the risk engine, which is kind of one of the toughest parts of these systems to figure out. And so once that is done, I mean, yes, this could be a monster.
I like this trade. Yeah, and I mean small enough to where it still can move.
There's
pretty
meat
quick.
in it for sure. Now, how would you play this chart? Like, what's your thoughts?
Like targets, you're saying?
Yeah, like if you're, fudding for entry, where are you trying to fud to?
Oh, where do I want to enter?
Oh,
Dude,
wow, zoom that out. Holy crap.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is
Oh
the
my god.
classic multi-year chart where it's just beat down. Again, and they've been doing real revenues, even just on the other side of their business, not including their perp side. They're doing $1.5 million a quarter, right? So they have revenues. Not enough that would justify even their price when it was down here, but I think again, 300 million, 400 million is still really small in the grand scheme of things in crypto. Like easily this could trade a couple billion, especially with Hyperliquid at 18. This could go to 1, 2, 3, 4, I think pretty easily. So that would be, 3, 4, 500% from here. I think, yeah.
This is a good trade. I'm going
Yeah.
to keep this like on my watch list for sizing something.
Yeah. I would say around like the $3 mark is probably, I mean, it's tough to say in this market, but I think it goes a lot higher. Now, if you want to hone in on the entry, if you get down, and you guys know how I like to do it, I just simply like to go and bid accumulation range. Where have smart money, where have buyers stepped in the past? It's a very, again, kind of goes back to the very simple thesis of clearly people saw value here. If they saw value here, they're likely going to continue to bid when it gets in these ranges. And, anywhere in here. I mean, give me sub. And again, I don't know if we get this pullback. So this would be low. I'm probably in for almost my entire position at this point. But give me sub back into this range, even sub like 6. I think that gets really interesting. And if you happen to get down to 5.5, really fill that position. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, what's your downside on this? Again, whole new platforms being introduced. I don't think we reach back to these lows.
No.
Right,
Oh, no. Those lows are a different thesis.
Different thesis.
But it could be like sell the news into July, right? Like how
100%.
How long people are impatient. There's people have been stuck in this thing. Yeah.
Check emissions and unlocks too. Also, we saw this with Binance's version of Hyperliquid. Binance tried to compete, and they kind of juiced up prices for a while and just eventually it crashed. Now that's a Binance thing.
Bro,
But
me too. Me too, Ave. I was big in GMX, thinking you would get the Hyperliquid sympathy instead of just buying hype at like $4, $2 or whatever. I was buying GMX. Stupid.
Many such cases.
Stupid.
So silly. No, I mean, still you traded that very well.
Yeah, but wish I'd bought hype at $2, to be honest, with the size that I could have at that time would have been. Yeah.
Yeah, but outside of that, we're good. I would watch Backpack again. Backpack did $100 million, like basically one tenth of the volume Hyperliquid did on SpaceX. The interesting thing is they made a really, really nice system here where you can actually convert your shares to real shares, or convert your equity to on-chain or on-chain to equity. First person to do this, one-to-one spot positions in SpaceX. They're going to do it for, I think, a lot more equities here coming. So Backpack's built something really nice. It's one I would definitely watch. And I think it was at 60 mil at the lows, I believe. 60 mil. And Backpack, man, if you guys are OG Solana people, you remember Backpack, you remember Mad Lads. So to see this that low was kind of surprising. But again, name of the game, lots of these legacy coins, if you will. And it's hard to even differentiate. There's like legacy, there's Dino, whatever. But yeah, this is trading at this is 100 million market cap. Backpack is sitting at 97.7 million market cap, 400 million FTV. And I believe the token has an equity component. They were like the first person to do an equity component to their token. So Backpack's pretty innovative. 100 million market cap. Yeah, again, I mean, it was so cheap at these lows. So cheap. But they've done something really cool with Sunrise. Sunrise does not have a tradable token. Obviously, in partnership with Meteora. Meteora does have a tradable token, which, again, ultimately really cheap. Same thesis as Pump for Meteora, though, until the market comes back. You have time. You don't have to position right now. You wait for the market to come back. and that is directly a beneficiary of that. But yeah, Backpad looks really good. Sub 100 million. They're going to continue to do this kind of stuff. The platform's really nice, works very well. It's done the first of its kind. I think this continues to grow. It's a much better alternative for spot traders. You don't want to go to trade Hyperliquid and pay funding rates if you're just trying to trade spot. So this is a great one. And any dip on this, I think, is probably pretty compelling. I don't think we get back to these levels, truthfully. So, even if you come down here, 3.5 and below, 0.35 and below, potentially position. So that's Backpack. That's all I really want to cover, grand scheme of things. But it's exciting times, Josh. It's exciting times.
Look, man, crypto's looking pretty good here. I was feeling pretty down last week, but crypto's not looking too bad here. So, guys, we've been streaming for 4 hours and 20 minutes.
Jeez.
Just on a normal 2 interview Tuesday. What have we been doing for 4 hours?
It's a good sign, though. That means there's stuff to talk about. Markets are good.
Yeah.
You know what? It's much easier to show up when there's things to talk about every single day. I'll tell you that much. So, guys, let's talk schedule real quick, and we'll leave you to it. We got a really, really good rest of this week coming up. Some exciting stuff. Great conversations that I'm personally really excited to have. So let me get the schedule up and give you guys a little bit of a taste. Okay. Schedule. All right, here we go. Today we had QStream and Nook on. Great conversations. We need to have the quantum conversation. Every so often it comes up. People fearmonger. It happened the other day with this whole privacy run going on. Great conversation there with QStream, of course. Nook, the Nook and the team, very smart. Their thesis is very strong. Now watching that materialize is going to be the interesting part. Tomorrow, we didn't talk about Pumpcade, and we should have because the chart looks good. Tomorrow we have
really quick Pumpcade. Just check it. Just check it.
All we got to do is look at the chart. And there's a lot of support coming out for Pumpcade right now. They got a new advisor, XJump, XPump coming on.
This is another one.
Potentially announcing tomorrow, by the way, guys. Potentially announcing on our stream. Just saying.
Look at that chart.
Chart looks great. And again, this is the ace round here. So people value this. I think they were doing a 1-to-333 conversion rate. So $70 is $70 million are what people are valuing this at. I saw some people from the Solana team who have tested the platform. Honestly, I should have beta tested it. I should have asked the team to beta test it. But people are saying it's clean, it's smooth, it's fresh. Look, they're putting a heavy price tag on it here at $23 million on chain value, $70 million equity value. They're putting a large price tag on it, but the team's been growing. They got this new team member coming on, XJump, XPump. People speculate who it is. I could potentially bring it up and throw my hat in the ring. We don't know who it is, by the way. We haven't been told. But there are some people with some pretty compelling cases about it. But yeah, this is from 13 to 25. This is a strong one. 285K in volume. Potentially a good DLIM here as well. So yeah, Pumpcade's looking good. We say that to remind you guys. Tomorrow, Pumpcade's coming on. Pop Punk gonna break everything down. Gonna get the updates. Last time we had them on was before they even opened up the ace round. They've since opened it, closed it, where he's going to run through that, talk about the new team member, talk about the platform release soon, talk about how he sees the valuation, talk about the raises. It's going to be a great conversation.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to Pumpcade. This is going to be a good one.
Really good one. Following that, we got Pete coming on. We got Pablo coming on. You might not know from his name. See 1,500 followers on Twitter. You've seen this guy on Twitter. He had a robot climb Mount Everest or climb a mountain. I don't know exactly what it was. Climb a mountain. It went mega viral, I think. People loved it.
Mount Fuji, I think, in Japan.
Mount Fuji, okay. In Japan, you probably saw this video. He has a token on virtuals. We're going to get into his thesis. Great marketing tactic there. That's going to be a really interesting, fun conversation. Directionally, again, robotics is something we keep hammering the table on. Maybe it's a little further out than 6 months. Maybe it's a year out, but it's coming. And it's coming hard and fast on Josh's face. So that's Wednesday. Thursday.
That's such an offside comment.
That was out of
I didn't-
pocket. That was out of pocket. Thursday, talk about another banger. We have GitLab coming on. Kevin, of course, from GitLab, kind of talking about how we talked today to Nook about, AI agents and like Moltbook. GitLab's doing something kind of similar. They have the GitHub for AI agents. What does the future of what does the future of the agentic economy look like? Kevin's going to come talk to us. And then we have Matt coming on for Surplus. Lots of conversation around Surplus, selling the tokens. Yeah, chill on. Yeah, sorry. I shouldn't have done that. I should not have done that. How'd that feel, Josh?
Yo, you might get kicked off the team, bro. I don't know.
Guys.
No, I'm kidding. No, Dom is the GOAT still. We like to have fun.
I'll take maybe I'll have to take a leave.
No,
PR is gonna get on me for that one. We've assigned a
HR didn't like it, but that's okay.
Or HR, yeah, HR. Nonetheless, Thursday we got Mac on from Ask Surplex. Going to be an exciting conversation. Of course, we had the whole thing go on with him selling the tokens. He one clipped a bunch on the chart. Founder education was low, but I think what he's building is cool, right? So when we put aside the token, talk about what he's building. We're going to talk about the token. He mentioned equity conversation. I had a little discussion with him. Not a discussion because it wasn't a back and forth. It was me sending him voice notes on all the equity options.
Dom is always working for your guys' bags. Just know that.
Yeah.
We advocate for you guys. We advocate for good price action.
For sure. A PR nightmare. Yeah, I am a PR nightmare, to be honest. So that's, and then Isometrics coming on Thursday as well. Don't know much about this project. I know Josh was really interested in it. I think it's got something to do.
Isometrics. I checked it out and everyone's been tagging me. Red's been tagging me for like ever on that one. Redemption. And I was looking at it. I almost bought it. Pre but I was like, no, I can't do that. So anyways, we announced it went from like 120K and to 400K, and I definitely did not buy it. So
yeah. Now, and mind you, they booked in when it did go to that 400 or 500K. That's when they booked in. Again, we try to stress not having too low caps on because we're trying to look out for y'all. Ultimately, you got to make your own decision, but we really do try to do everything we can to not have these charts manipulated, not because you guys are like, but they're coming on. It's a little lower.
In all fairness to ISO, they've also been building for a while, so it's not like they've been on our radar for a minute for sure.
Yeah. And last but not least, Friday, our trader day. This is going to be a great one. For all you traders, this is what you got to lock in for. The Blockworks conversation. We got 2 people from the Blockworks team coming on tomorrow to just talk about their framework. Even moreover, I'm not sure if you guys saw, Blockworks recently acquired Masari. 2 behemoths in the space, Blockwork and Masari. Blockworks acquired Masari. What that looks like.
When's Blockworks acquiring MCG? Let's go.
Realistically, that's like a dream partnership for MCG, to be honest, is like Blockworks. Blockworks does a lot of podcasts already. I think there's some synergies there, guys. I'm going to bring that conversation up with these guys later, but really we're a deep, sophisticated audience of traders sometimes. And we do a lot of analytical research. So this is a great conversation. We're going to try to understand these frameworks from people that are actually analysts at Blockworks, head of marketing at Blockworks, and should be a really great conversation. So tap into all of these. If you're a trader, definitely tap in Friday. We're going to talk about the acquisition of Masari, 2 powerhouses coming together. Josh, it's a banger rest of the week.
Yeah, guys, that's it. We'll see you tomorrow.
Peace, boys.